Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Telling Tales. Welcome back to Yellow King. It's been a while since we've run this. Just as in the case with Simbaroom, I stepped away from the channel for a couple of months for various reasons that are entirely too boring to do here. But we're back now, and we're back with the Yellow King, more cosmic horror in 1895 Paris for your delectation and delight. And I'll get to the blurb in a minute. But first, we're going to do something that we haven't really done pre-stream or at the beginning of the stream on the channel before. It's something we've been talked about behind the scenes. We talked about like improving our safety tools and stuff like that. Not for any like massive driving reason. It's just something we felt we should do. So I think possibly with the exception of one of Johnny's episodes of Vason, which I'm not on, so I can't really speak fully to. We're going to have a trigger warning at the beginning of this episode, and here's how it's going to work. Right, is basically I'm going to vocally deliver the trigger warning. But I'm going to really highlight when it begins and ends. So for those of you out there who might not have any particular triggers or who maybe do, but still quite like to have things unexpected happen, however you prefer to do it, I'm going to signal when I start it and when I end it, so that if you don't want any spoilers for the episode at all and you're not worried that it might be hitting any kind of trauma for you, then you can just mute or step away from the stream or whatever while I do it. We thought that was a decent compromise, right, for these kind of things. So with that in mind, I'm going to deliver the trigger warning now. So step away if you don't want to be spoiled. Okay. At a point in this episode, there will be an event whereby an NPC that we've already encountered ends up taking their own life. It won't be horribly graphic, but the aftermath of it will be portrayed realistically. You know how I kind of do that kind of thing, right? So that's going to happen. And if it's something you really don't want to experience, maybe skip this one, or it will be right near the end of the stream. So maybe if you feel you'll know when it's about to happen. So there we go. Okay, hopefully that works for everyone, and I will give a lovely sort of wave to let people know that we're good to come back. There we go. For everyone kind of watching the stream where it's just muted or whatever. There we go. I probably should have tried to timestamp that a bit better, but hey, hopefully this will work like that, and hopefully that works for everyone. Whether you're someone who wants to be warned about this kind of thing or someone who would prefer to err on the side of not being warned and not having spoilers. So there we go. Okay. Let's get to the usual blurb stuff. If you check down below the video, there's a bunch of links to various things, our social media, our Discord, our Patreon, our merch store, everything in that area. We run a bunch of games at the moment on Twitch and YouTube. Mondays is Johnny running Mass of Nyarlathotep, the famed and very long Call of Cthulhu pre-written campaign. Simbaroom is what we run on Wednesdays. That's also a pre-written campaign, The Throne of Thorns, and I handle that. And then alternate Thursdays right now here is The Yellow King, which isn't a pre-written campaign, but is a pre-structured campaign. It's weird and interesting. Ask us about it if you don't already know about it, and we will wax lyrical at the end of the stream. Yeah, we also do one-shots on an irregular basis. The next one of those should be at the end of November-ish, and is likely to be, maybe, I haven't really confronted the players with this yet, but we mentioned it last night on the stream, but it's quite likely to be this, The Electric State, which is the latest Free League game, partially penned and illustrated by Simon Stalenhag, who also did Tales from the Loop and Things from the Flood. It's a good one. It's a kind of like quiet techno-apocalypse road trip thing. It's really cool. I really like it. So there we go. Okay, let's start bringing on the players. And as we do with Yellow King, I'll just bring everyone on all at once. We have Holly as Marie, Inga as Howie, Steve as Mark, John as Blaze, and Alex as Theodore. And we will hop between them super briefly so they can give just a real brief description of their character and where their character's headspace is. Don't need to go into big amount of detail or anything like that. Just a quick rundown, and then we'll crack on with it. The Yellow King episodes tend to be more episodic. It is a campaign, but they're kind of episodic, so we don't need to recap too much. But yeah, Steve, tell us about Mark Valak.
Sure. So Mark is a muse in this sort of artistic world. So not necessarily particularly talented or driven, flits around a bit, Has a lot of knowledge, a small amount of knowledge about a lot of things, and really makes connections, and that's really how he traipses through life in a very sort of a meandering and generally happy way, until, of course, all of this stuff kicked off. And now things are getting a bit weird. I think Mark is the weird things that have happened. Mark is almost convinced, but not entirely, that there must be some sort of weird team of pranksters that have been setting really elaborate things up.
Elaborate and lethal.
Well, yes, there were those. There could have been fake bodies in the underground lake, maybe. So yes,
let's pretend they were. That seems more reassuring. Okay, Alex, why don't you tell us about Theodore Russell, who's having a tremendous time aligning his worldview to a new paradigm?
Yes. So in mechanical terms, Theodore Russell's drive is rationalism, which doesn't mix wonderfully with the occult or unexplained phenomena. So Theodore's kind of an oddball in this group, not only for that reason, but because he's not an artist and doesn't really have any artistic leaning. He's an architecture student. So he has an appreciation of artistic style, I guess, at best, but it's not really his area, and he very much relies on being able to explain what he can see, which so far isn't going very well. And he's generally quite a stuffy, uptight sort. He's also an oddball because he's the only English person in this group.
Yeah, English character.
So yeah, somewhat isolated by a number of factors.
Yeah, it's like sore thumb syndrome a little bit at the moment. Inga, why don't you share with us a bit about Howie Drummond?
Howie is an American writer, or bellatriste in this kind of system. He is, usually a fairly slightly brash, but generally quite jovial and happy kind of guy. Although the last episode there were some slightly traumatic things that happened to. He confronted some quite scary, nasty things. So definitely a bit more shaken at the moment and a bit haunted by some of the kind of visions and experiences. So we'll see how that kind of really plays out, I guess, and potentially changes Howie a bit. But normally a bit more kind of bold and sort of amiable, I guess, as a guy.
And we'll see how well that comes up against the machinations of, well, I shouldn't say. So, Holly, tell us a little about Marie Rouenet.
Yeah, so Marie is kind of, she's a landscape painter, which is how she knew everyone else here. But she's also a kind of daughter of a reasonably well-off merchant from sort of outside Paris, which means that she has a very high opinion of herself. And has primarily come to Paris to kind of ingratiate herself with the higher society. It's not going great because she's kind of encountered all of this rather than going out to fancy dinners. But she's not put off by that. This is interesting in a slightly horrifying way, and she wants to kind of get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot, maybe along with Alex Rojas, played by Sam, who's not here tonight, so people know. I feel like Alex and Marie are the two rolling with the punches the most.
Yeah.
So, because I think maybe those are the two with the sort of the highest opinion of themselves, who maybe aren't quite so tied up mentally in rationalism. Theodore also has a high opinion of himself, but he's kind of tied up a bit more in rationalism, right? Whereas Marie and Alex has more creatives, and Alex has the background in occultism as well, which like has got to help with like this stuff, right? You don't study that kind of thing unless your mind is somewhat, at least tentatively open.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
and whereas like Marie, I think, is more a kind of morbid fascination with everything that's been going on.
Yeah, and like growing up in the countryside, folk tales, you know, perhaps a little more traditional in mindset. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Our final player for tonight, then, John. Tell us a little bit about Blaise Perret.
Blaise is a portrait painter. Portrait student, formerly a medical student, but he left to pursue his passion, basically. He is... I wouldn't say he's taking recent events poorly. I think he's taking them much the way he takes everything, which is with a vague unease and ever-increasing anxiety. But he quite likes Mark's idea of this being like a proto-1800s viral marketing prank thing. It's obviously just an art piece, maybe.
It's just an advertising campaign for a play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Fine.
Okay, there we go. As I said, Sam/Alex not with us tonight, but we will move onwards. It's been a while since we played this, and there's a lot of characters and places and references to stuff. So please do indulge us if we have to stop and remind ourselves of this. It doesn't help that I've been really lax in like we've got like a list of names and places and stuff. That I was like, oh, this will be really helpful for them and stuff. And I filled out dutifully after the first session and then haven't touched it since. So fuck my players, I guess. But there we go. Okay, here we go. June has now settled on the city of Paris, but to the disappointment of many, the summer has yet to arrive. A fierce wind and a sun dimmed by cloud have left the early weeks of the month cold and spiteful. The five of you are gathered at Le Vergras with a far more somber aspect than the breakfast of but a few months ago. And this mood feels out of place, since later this afternoon and into the evening is the display of new and learning painters and artists at the Salon National. It is being held in Marais in the 4th arrondissement, in the small park beneath the looming Tour Saint-Jacques. Breakfast must be brief, as at least 2 of you are required to aid in the preparation that the Salon requires, or at the very least, the preparation for your submissions for it. So as a reminder, I'm sure broadly we don't need to be reminded, but the people I'm talking about at Blaise and Marie who have submissions to this part of the National, I believe... I want Mark, were you at their submission thing? Because you've crossed over a little bit with the stuff with the art classes, but I can't remember if you were. I don't think you were. So I don't think you were involved
I wasn't
in that.
there in the judging, the submission and judging of it.
No,
so I heard about it secondhand, but I was very pleased for them, obviously, because you know,
but I mean, clearly, and I think even at Mark's own admission, Jerome is not going to submit one of your works to the National. So no, that's fair enough. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure of that. So yeah, you're at your usual cafe for breakfast, and as I usually do, you know, to head off any criticisms that Matt, these games are just you talking to your players. Why don't we have? What do you think would be the general topic of conversation around the table? This is about a month after the events to do with the unfortunate young missing lady.
I mean, if we've got the submissions and things today, surely that's got to be talk of the.
That does got to be up there on the topics.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's been a month without, you know, weird stuff happening, I think yes, slowly getting back to normal. And I mean, Mark would be delighted for Blaise and Marie, and would be offering any assistance, telling his friends as well, getting people to come along and attend the exhibition. So yes, certainly chatting about that.
You guys must be really excited about this tonight.
Well,
you
yes,
nervous?
of course. I mean, yes.
Yes.
Less so for my work and more so for the kinds of people that are going to be there looking at it. I know that my work's good, but it's important to make a good impression.
Well, I'm sure you will.
Is this is access to the exhibition open to the public, or is it like an invite only?
It's not invite only, but one would have to pay. It's doored. It's got,
Right.
you pay to go in. Not very much though, and it's so obviously it's a big artistic cultural event, but the whole city is like, this is a time period where things like this were quite the sensation. So it's worth noting your exhibition is part of the Nationale, but you are not actually submitting to the Salon National. That would be a ludicrous thought as art students. To be perfectly honest, that will be primarily for like exhibitions of more noted artists, not just in Paris or in France, but across Europe. But you are at the kind of like I was literally going to.
Were you about to say it's the NXT of the Salon National?
No, I was going to
Okay.
make an even nerdier reference and say it's like that prize they give at the Golden Demons for the kid who's painted the best 40k miniature. It's like that.
That is the most wonderful clash of nerdy references that I was not expecting for this evening, but thoroughly enjoyed.
Hey, Inga, it's all painting. It's the same. It's the same. So there we go.
I'm mostly trying to figure out whether Blaze would have tried to convince his parents to come and see his exhibition, because they are ambivalently non-supportive of his art career, and he may have tried to go, I'm exhibiting with some fantastic artists.
Well,
Please
I mean,
I've made a terrible career choice.
It would be delightful for my purposes if you confirmed whether or not you had, and therefore, so I know whether to include them as NPCs. Perhaps, do you think you would? And I can roll a die to see, because you said they're non-supportive. Perhaps I roll a die to see if they take you up on the offer.
Yeah, I will have mentioned it to them.
I mean, Mark would have been very happy to contact them on your behalf and try to persuade them.
I feel like my parents would probably really like Mark.
Yeah,
more than they like me.
Clearly not that much because they can't make it.
That's fair. They're busy people.
They're busy. Okay. As you are having this conversation, you are jarred out of it suddenly. Hildred Castaigne, the young American man who often spends time with you here at the cafe and elsewhere, enters the cafe in a hurried fashion, seeking you out and quickly pacing over to the table before settling in a chair with a thump. I don't know what to do. I think we need to go looking for her. For Laura, I mean, I think she may be missing, or even come to harm.
Wait. What's happened? Why do you think? What? Start from the beginning.
Well, I haven't spoken to her properly in weeks. She seemed in an odd mood from the start of all this peculiarity that you stumbled into, but then when she secured her place in the salon, I just haven't seen her since then, really. Bumping into her once or twice. And look, I know my admiration of her is not reciprocated. I think she sees me as but a younger brother, but even so, there is enough fondness there to not ignore my messages, my knocks on her door. But now I confess I went to her building this morning. I spoke to her landlord an hour ago. He says she has not been home in days. I checked with the school and the attendant there and the porters I could find. They said they haven't seen her either. Has she been to classes and workshops that you've attended? The answer is resounding no.
No, I haven't seen her, which is odd.
Her attendance has been a little non-committal over the past couple of months. I assume she was just working on something.
And maybe that is the case. Look, please, I know it asks a great deal on today of all days, but could some of you help me seek her out? Perhaps she has just found a new tutor or new friends or some such, but I feel we would be letting her down if we did not make sure. It has been such an odd time. The landlord wouldn't let me into her apartment. God knows what he thinks of me creeping around these last few days. But maybe if there were more of us, we could better express our concerns.
Yeah, I mean, of course, she's our friend too. We wanna make sure she's all right. Is that our only lead so far? We've got to go check out her apartment.
I can't think of anything else.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm flustered. I will admit to being flustered.
I think that's understandable.
Are you guys all right until the exhibition tonight? You got any prep to do before?
It is currently about 11 in the morning. Your submissions need to be at the Tour Saint-Jacques at about 2. It's not that far. For context, and let's have shall we have our Parisian map up again? And let me try and see if I can zoom that a little bit. Okay, here we go. So do we see just below the Seine in the center there where we have like the 5th and the 6th and I thought it was the 5th and the 6th. Yeah, the 5th and the 6th arrondissement there. That's the Latin Quarter. In the Latin Quarter is where you all live, where the school is, where this cafe is, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So it's all within the same area. The Tour Saint-Jacques is in the 4th arrondissement. You see just above the 5th, where the Ile de Cité is, which is where the last story ended. That is where that is in Marais. So it's all very close. So what I'm saying is you have 3 hours to get your submission from the school where it's been stored overnight and take it to the salon. That's probably half an hour. So those of you who need to do your submissions, you have about 2.5 hours to kill before then. Is what I'm saying.
And do we know where her apartment is?
Yeah, I mean, Hildred certainly does, if no one else. But I imagine that probably most of you know where her apartment was.
Okay. Is it that far to go then?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool.
You all live probably within a minute or two's walk from this cafe.
Fantastic. Well, I think we should all head over there as soon as possible then. Might as well try and find her while the morning is fresh.
Yeah, let's get right over there.
With any luck, she's just been working on something new anyway.
She's in the exhibition too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, nothing else. We can help her get her things across with the two of you as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Hildred looks very grateful at this and kind of claps his hands together and says, "Wonderful, thank you, thank you. Let's go." He kind of leaps up and near kind of dashes out of the front of the cafe.
Okay. Yeah, we'll follow, I guess.
Okay. It doesn't take you long to get there. Laura's apartment is in a different building to any of yours, but as I say, it's also in the Latin Quarter near the school. It's in a slightly more upmarket, newer building than many others around in the arrondissement, though it is still crowded with student apartments, and there are many young people milling around in the street in general, not just this street, but all the streets of the area. You walk up to it as a group and enter the apartment building. The landlord's quarters are on the ground floor, right next to the entrance, with a clearly labeled sign. Hildred, unless anyone is intentionally, he's been at the front of the group, and unless anyone is going to stop him, he's going to immediately enter and knock at the landlord's door loudly.
Marie is probably just going to gently try and hold him back and just say,
sure.
You said that you'd already tried this with him before. It may not be the best look if you were to come barging in and knock on his door again. Just as a suggestion.
Of course, he, as I say, God knows what he already thinks of me. Yes.
Okay.
He takes a step back and kind of lurks near the back of the group.
Does anyone have any objections to me having a little word?
No.
Okay.
I in fact think that as the lady of the group, perhaps you would be the most suited.
That was my thinking.
Yeah.
Marie's gonna go knock on the door.
Okay. Mere moments later, the door jerks open, and a short, squat man wearing a crumpled nightshirt over woolen trousers stands there. He peers at you all while grinding an unlit cigarello between his front teeth. No rooms.
Oh, we're not looking for any vacancies. Could I just ask about a friend who we're all a little bit concerned about? We haven't seen her in classes recently. Laura, I believe that she lives in this building.
What is with this Laura? I don't. Oh, I see you.
Yes, my friend has already asked.
If the rent is being paid, it is not my business to poke around about my tenants' comings and goings.
Certainly, and I understand that. Would you happen to have seen her come in or out of the building at all, or do you know when the last time you saw her was?
The last time I saw her was weeks ago. I could say the same of many of the students who live here. I do not spy on them, madame.
Oh, of course not. You're not a strange man. You're an upstanding gentleman. And with that being considered, would you mind letting us have a brief look in her apartment just to see if we can figure out where she's gone?
Well, that would be most irregular and an invasion of her privacy.
Oh, certainly. And it doesn't have to be all of us. I understand that there are a lot here, but we are close friends of hers and we are worried.
I am doubtful that this is the proper thing to do. Is anyone? I mean, Holly.
I was gonna say. I mean, we can go to the police if you like. We're worried about our missing friend, but we thought it might be more prudent to come to you and deal with this quietly rather than having police traipsing around your building.
Police. What? There is no crime. What is the crime here? That's
missing persons is one of the things they'd investigate. We thought we'd just,
if the girl was missing, the police would have been here already. This seems. He seems recalcitrant, to say the least. Would anyone, perhaps, if Marie and Howie are already one of the ones talking, I don't know. Would anyone like to employ any of their abilities in any?
I was about to say I'm employing negotiation.
Okay. Do you want to give some impression of how you're doing that? What's the give and take happening here?
Sure. So I think Marie is trying to make it seem like this is the easiest way for us all to get out of his hair. And as Harry says, if we don't find out where Laura's gone, then it's going to cause a bigger stink because we will get the police involved. And I'm sure that an upstanding gentleman like himself has nothing to hide around a building. But he understandably doesn't want people traipsing back and forth. I'm sure it would disturb his residence. Let's just try and find out where our friend has gone.
Of course, there is nothing to hide around here. I doubt the police would be involved. And look, I am sympathetic. You wish to invest. You wish to follow up with your friends. I mean, if there was perhaps some way I could be assured of your seriousness in this matter.
Can I both employ my reassurance skill and slip him a little cash?
Yeah. How do you slip him cash?
I mean, I will try. try doing the subtle, like, I'm assuming they have notes. I have no idea what the currency was like in
That's a good point. I don't 100% know, but I should imagine paper. I know paper notes were employed in Victorian England, so I would imagine that they are employed here.
Yeah, I'll try a sort of like, manly handshake with a maybe not all that subtle
sure
passing of everything.
Yep. We actually had someone do that in the last session, right? Because Julien, the missing persons investigator, did that with the hospital porter as well. So yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Between the negotiating skill and that, the landlord kind of looks down at his hand after you move away and says, "Well, you seem serious." He reaches around the back of the door, pulls out a key, and tosses it to Howie. And says, "Bring that back when you're done with it."
I'll pass it straight to Marie because I agree it probably makes more sense for Marie to enter just in case there's anything more private for Laura. But yeah, head on up to where I guess we know her apartment is.
Yeah,
absolutely. The landlord closes his door, absolutely satisfied with the gift of cash. And you head on up. You are aware, and Hildred is certainly aware, if not others of you, that Laura's apartment is on the top floor, which necessitates a quite tiring number of stairs up. The passage upwards involves bunching to the side frequently to allow other students to pass down, and there is in general a great amount of noise and relative chaos in the building. Someone is practicing playing the trumpet on the middle floor, and while they are quite talented, they are also very loud. Eventually, you reach the passageway outside her apartment, which seems to have been intended as a loft. There are no other apartments here at the very crown of the building. Hildred, again, unless anyone holds him back, is going to move to the door to knock on it.
I'll maybe try and stay like close to him, like try and create like a little buffer. I won't like outright like restrain him, but like make it clear that Marie is going in first, kind of just physically.
Sure. Absolutely. Again, he's kind of like flustered, but not like he's not taken aback by your guidance. He's kind of like he's clearly quite agitated, so he's perhaps not thinking clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I'll still make sure that we knock on the door first before going in. And Marie will also just like call out and just say, "Look, Laura, it's us. We just wanted to check on you before the submission today. Are you in there?"
I'm assuming if you get no response, you are going to unlock the door and open.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there is no response in knocking or calling, and after a small amount of time, you unlock and make your way in. On opening the door, there is a waft of dust, stale air, and a faint tinge of rotting sweetness. Inside is a more than modest-sized apartment, which presumably cost Laura's family a decent amount. It's fairly well appointed, though clearly she enjoys a somewhat minimalist existence, as there is little in the way of personal items or flourishes other than some light cotton curtains and your friend's favourite cornflower blue. There are a number of things immediately around the apartment. None of them are Laura. And I will just go through the list of things. And we've done this before. We've gone into a room and I've kind of given you... I roll and see who gets the first pick on who goes to look at what, right? There is a hip-high stack of books in one corner. In another corner is a wicker rubbish basket. There is a large bed that even has some kind of like some, what would you call it, like curtaining pinned up, like almost like a 4-poster bed, but not that fancy. There are the curtains themselves that are sort of, like I say, the most distinct thing in the room and very kind of striking as the only personal thing. And perhaps the most significant thing is that the center of the room is dominated by what looks to be a sculpture under a dirty white throw cloth. It stands as tall as a person, and indeed the shape is person-like enough that having it stood there is a little unsettling. Oh yes, I will roll to see who gets to go first. I got a D6 out for like rolling random people, and then I realized that Sam is not here. So I will go for my D10. Incidentally, I think I talked about this with the players beforehand, but for anyone else, our write-off for Sam is that Alex Rojas is on a sojourn back to his home in Spain. He's basically going to see his family after the unsettling events that he's been through. Okay, Inga, how he gets first pick? What's he going to go look at?
I think the big old stack of books.
Okay.
That draws my attention.
Well, then, you could take a look at those. As I say, it's very tall. They're all concerning sculpture, the history of sculpture, the practice of sculpture. Do you have sculpture or art history?
I do not. I will see these and go, one of you guys might want to look at these. These mean nothing to me.
Fair enough. Does someone with sculpture or art history want to go take a look at them? I think that's Marie and Blaze between them.
If I go and look at the books, can I also go and look at my own thing?
Not until everyone's had a turn.
Marie's going to go look at the books.
Fair enough. Marie, this is really a very comprehensive collection of books. They also, as you pick one up and look through it, have no library markings. So this pile probably represents really quite the investment. The top one, however, has a light coating of dust. Right. Next person to get a pick of what they're looking at, and now I need my D4, is Mark Verlac.
I think I would head. So there's a bed with curtains, and presumably the curtains are surrounding the bed.
Correct.
I would walk over slowly and tentatively, sort of cough, make myself, make my presence known, and if there's no response, take a peek behind the curtains.
There is you needn't have worried. There is no one there. The bed is unmade, and in fact has several small pieces of furniture stacked up on it to clear space, presumably for the sculpture in the center of the room. It definitely looks as if it has not been slept in for some time. Okay. Next person to have a choice of what to look at is Blaze.
I'm going to go look at the sculpture.
That's absolutely fair. Okay. I've described it. I'm assuming the throw is being removed. Because otherwise there's not a lot you can tell about it that isn't what you can just see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of pulling that off gently.
Yeah, it comes off perfectly fine and kind of gathers on the floor about your feet. It reveals a strange primal form underneath, like a dream of the shape of what a person might perhaps be. A figure glimpsed on the edge of one's sight in half darkness. What may or may not be limbs are folded into the central piece, as if shrouded in a veil of cloth. You have sculpture, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It almost looks as if it is in the opening stages of being crafted, but the surface is smoothed and shaped as if it is finished. I would like, obviously, this might not immediately be what happens from everyone because everyone is looking at different things, but just for convenience sake, I would like everyone to make a composure roll now about this statue because it's pretty weird. As before, what I will do with the target numbers, I won't tell you the target numbers, but I'll tell you like how much it's affecting you. And I would say that this is affecting you not a huge amount. Like, you've definitely seen a lot weirder stuff than this. This is just a weird statue. So it's not huge, but it is composure. So, roll what you will. And when everyone's rolled, I'll check who's passed and who hasn't.
Oh, no.
Okay. Has everyone rolled?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Is everyone equal to or over 3?
Yes.
Ooh, nice
Nope.
early hit for Howie Drummond there.
I was like, I'll spend 1 point, and then I rolled a 1, so
Okay,
that's a
but
2.
you're at a 2. You're at a 2. Okay,
Yeah.
well that's not too bad anyway. Okay, so Howie Drummond, we have our first injury card of the evening. That's exciting, but fortunately, there's not much more of that kind of thing in this. Why would there be? Let me bring up your injury card and share that tab, and here we go. You were afflicted, Howie, with unease. It's quite a good one to have, at least.
Right.
Yeah, so your next presence or focus test, and remember, presence and focus are like groupings of abilities, right? So for clarity, presence abilities are composure, preparedness, and sense trouble, and focus are first aid, mechanics, and sneaking. They should be divided up like that on your sheets. So the next one you take is -1 penalty. Then you discard it. So that's a pretty good one to have early doors, I think, because you're probably going to get rid of it on your next roll, probably, right? So there we go. But you are hit with a sense of unease, Howie. And you know what? Let's have a brief sort of description of that, shall we? About how that plays out, because you're over there in the corner, like looking at the books, right? Or kind of now looking at Marie, looking at the books. And how do you think it particularly affects you? Do you think maybe you see the thing and think it's a person at first, out of the corner of your eye after Blaze pulls off the sheet? What do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe it sort of catches me as I think it's another person. And I think I'll probably just, I mean, again, like Howie had the most awful time last time and things were very scary. I think just anything that's kind of caused a bit of a shock like that has just like, there's a bit of that like almost like PTSD response, but it's just kind of brought that those memories flooding back to mind. So it's just like, yeah, it's not just the statue itself. It's just kind of weird shit is extra weird for Howie at the moment.
Yeah. So a kind of unsettling, creepy statue is going to give you, well, unease. There we go. Theodore, I think you're the only person left. The two parts of the room that haven't really been investigated are there's like a wicker rubbish basket in the corner, and I think like I noted that the curtains at the window stand out because they're the only thing that kind of looks personal.
Yeah, I'd probably go for the curtains, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as you walk over to them, you know I described a kind of rotting sweetness as you enter the apartment. That smell increases significantly until you're at the curtains and kind of twitching them aside. You see behind them is a bowl of a fruit bowl containing several pears, apples, and oranges in quite advanced state of decay.
Oof. Okay. No one's been here for quite some time, obviously.
I would agree with that. This bed has clearly not been slept in for some time.
Yeah, and the dust on this book means that she's been gone for a while. Where, I have no idea.
Well, I don't think we can rely on the good graces of the landlord for more information as to whereabouts.
No, I think we've exhausted any potential that he might have.
Has anyone checked the waste basket? Maybe there's something she's written down there, or I was hoping the books might be a diary or something in here, but yeah, we should maybe we should check that too, I think.
Hildred will take a pace towards the wastebasket again, unless anyone else wants to get to it first.
No, I think Blaze is actually taking out his sketchbook and taking down some of the lines of this sculpture.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'll go to have a look at the papers too, but I'm not going to like rush to beat Hildred there.
Sure. Well, then you take a few paces over, and by the time like Hildred is kind of like like squatted down next to it and kind of basically tipped the top half out onto the floor a little bit, and he's kind of like searching out, and he just says, it's mostly the usual detritus, but there's a lot of receipts here. Receipts for books from the Librairie de l'Indépendant. Is that Bailey chap's place? It is Edmond Bailey's shop. You went there in the second episode. I think the second. Yes.
And this is one with some of the weird occult shit in there.
Yeah. He has a lot of occult and also symbolist and artistic stuff. It's where you met Debussy.
Does it say what she was buying? Was it these books?
It literally says for a book.
For a book.
Like,
okay,
for
so
a book. Because all receipts, they're just handwritten. It's like for a book.
Right.
Like,
okay.
For a book, price, signed Edmond Bailey. That's
are they expensive books?
Some of them are, yeah.
Okay, that might be explaining this big stack.
I mean, you know that Laura's family is moneyed.
Yes, definitely. Do they have a date on the
If you think
receipt?
about it, you might be able to guess where from.
Well, yes, yeah. Are there dates on the receipt?
Yes, they are, and they're all within the last 3 weeks.
Is there a point where there's nothing from X number of days, like recently?
Yeah, the closest one is about a week ago.
Okay, yeah. Well, we should take these with us, I guess, and maybe we can ask around at Bailey's book, Bailey's shop again as well. But unless you think, did he have art books and things like that? Would it be these books?
Oh, I mean, it could be the sculpture books, but they have dust on them. He certainly does have those kind of books there as well as the occult or kind of symbolist material.
I mean, if it's other books, then maybe there's something she's taken with her. If we look around, does it look like there's other kind of signs of, like, does it look like she's packed a bag and taken some half her wardrobe with her, kind of thing? It otherwise looks
No. And
normal.
in point of fact, speaking of wardrobe, which is something I should have thought to include, really, because that's the kind of thing would be. But let's say it's unremarkable, right? There's a wardrobe. The door to it is open. It looks like most of her clothes are just there. It's unremarkable. Everything else just looks like normal things you'd find in an apartment, but an apartment that hasn't been particularly inhabited for days, weeks.
It's interesting that there are still clothes there, and that means that she probably hasn't been staying anywhere else on purpose necessarily, or at least in a way that is going to.
She's bought stuff, maybe, if she's gone somewhere else.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, she could have just bought some new stuff.
Is it weird that she's got this sculpture here? She's not been working in some studio for this, or.
Blazer Marie, you paint at home as well.
Yeah. It's understandable that it would be here, but it's not understandable that it would be here now, considering it's supposed to be down at the exhibition in like 2 hours.
Do you think this was what she was intending to exhibit?
I know she was doing a sculpture, but
it seems a little unusual.
It definitely seems linked to, in kind of style, the stuff she was displaying at the selection, which I think you already noted that was strange.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what's made me think about it. Yeah,
it perhaps does feel a bit like, you know what, you have art history, Marie. It kind of does feel like a kind of continuation, like an evolution of that. You could see an artist coming here from what she showed, but that was only a month ago.
So it seems like she's improved dramatically, or at least her technique has shifted in a big way.
Developed, and fast.
Okay.
Sculpture is notably not a fast thing to change.
No, that's
I just wanted to double check, what is the sculpture made out of? Like, is it a
Clay.
carving or is it clay?
It's clay.
Right.
But the clay is quite dry now.
Okay.
Not completely, but it's like clay takes a long time to dry fully, especially when it's in a mass like this.
Yeah. I was vaguely wondering, because if it was still wet, then that would be like, maybe she's coming back here just to work on the sculpture and then leaving. Right. But no, if it's dry, then...
Well, you've got sculpture, I'll tell you this. Yeah. You don't think this has been worked on for at least a number of days by the like dryness of the surface. Because as you're working with this stuff, it's not just the clay that's wet, you are adding water to it as well, right?
Yeah.
That's why like modern pottery devices have like water pumps and stuff to like just keep it moist. But the old-fashioned way, you just be dumping water on the thing.
I mean, she's got to be at this exhibition tonight, right? She wouldn't miss that.
Well, like, that's what I thought. But if this is her piece, and it seems like it, just to get this boxed up would take at least an hour.
Unless
she's not here.
Unless she's already abandoned it. Perhaps she's working on something else?
Working on another sculpture for something tonight that she was only working on this a week ago.
Hey, when did you finish your pieces? Pretty sure there was some last minute submissions for when you guys were submitting to Jerome.
It's
unimportant. Is a bit faster.
it's unimportant for your choices. You can choose whatever you want. But interestingly, I can't remember where I read it. It was at some point in the research for this. I can't remember if it was Yellow King material or otherwise. I think it was in like Absinthe in Carcosa, which is their like Paris guide. It talks about how submissions for the salon were often, or relatively often, finished on the easel at the salon. Like still.
It's a classic.
Up, right?
Yeah. It's like doing your maths homework on the bus to school.
Yeah, or finishing a costume for a cosplay like in the hotel room at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Or the con lobby.
Yeah, exactly. Taping stuff on.
Yeah. So there we go.
Bloody creatives, we're all the same, aren't we?
So here's the thing, right? At some point, I feel like it's not like, I mean, it's certainly not spoilers because it's your choice, but I feel like the way this story is going is kind of telegraphed that a party split is coming, right? Where Blaze and Marie only have so long before they need to start doing stuff. And when I said you have 2 hours, I mean, that's if you really want to push it to the edge, right? Clearly, I would imagine that we have a next port of call regarding Laura. Is that correct? Is that what people are thinking?
Yeah, I think that we should go to Bailey's shop. I don't know about anyone else. Yeah.
It's entirely up to Blaze and Marie when they want to divert off to do their thing. I would say that going to one more place is starting to push it, but you can do it. You can do it, but there might be consequences.
I was going to suggest that perhaps Laura is at the exhibition already. Perhaps she's
That may well be the case.
Perhaps we're worrying for nothing. If she's been working elsewhere, perhaps she's setting things up right now. Perhaps we should, at least some of us, go there.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
We are upset. Maybe she made a new submission somewhere easier to ship there.
Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know much about sculpture, but I don't really like this piece. Maybe she decided it wasn't great for exhibiting either. Like, it's
certainly bold.
I mean, let's leave a note in case she comes back or whatever. But we can say that we're worried about, hope good luck with the exhibition. Hope to see her there or whatever. But
cool. So the idea is, at this point, Blaze and Marie will head to the school and then head on to the salon. And then Howie, Theo, and Theodore, accompanied by Hildred, will head on to Bailey's shop. Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good.
Okay. Bailey Shop, incidentally, is in Pagal, which is up to the northwest, so it's quite the opposite direction to go. So, and it would be quite a diversion to come back, and then you could probably make it depending on how long you spent there. But like, this is definitely the safe option. Okay, fantastic. In that case, then, I'm not saying that this party split will be, for a while, but I want to make it impactful on screen, right? So what I'm just going to do. There we go. Does that feel like a good way to split it? So we have the three at the bottom off on their quest for Laura, and we have Blaze and Marie at the top off to the salon. Okay, so going to get your material from storage at the school and bringing it by hand to the Tour Saint-Jacques. That it's not really a formal process. It's just a way to save time and labor on behalf of the school. And it goes without incident, right? You go there, your stuff is there exactly where you left it. You pick it up and you carry it through these quite cold, windy, early summer streets of Paris. You see more than a couple other students there, picking their stuff out, and on the way, like carrying various large frames, a couple of them with some friends, in the case of very large pieces, kind of carrying them through the streets, turned upside down in case of anything errantly falling from the sky, mostly swathed in cloth anyway. Is that kind of how you're doing it? I would imagine. I think your pieces aren't huge, right? They're kind of like, in my head, what I think of as standard painting size, which isn't a thing, but I would assume they're kind of,
Yeah, it's at least carryable by one person.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
And just for our elucidation, I think you mentioned last time the kind of pieces you were working on. But let's start with Blaze. Why don't you describe your salon piece to us?
I have completely forgotten what my art feedback was. But I think I was directed slightly more towards the impressionistic style, which was slightly nerve-wracking as it was in front of my mentor, who hates impressionism.
Yes, but the person advising you is one of the pioneers of impressionism.
Yes.
Who's called the Painter for France, right? I can't remember his name. It's in my notes, but yeah.
Was it Odilon? No, that was someone else. No mind.
No, it wasn't Odilon. He's a symbolist, really, but yeah.
But I think the submissions are Blaze has a slightly odd color scheme that's sort of not quite human looking, in part because he did most of his learning studies on dead bodies.
Corpses, yeah.
So I think he's been trying to push that sort of strange, not quite natural saturation. So making it look lifelike, but not.
Yeah.
Like that weird kind of mix. Ambiguity.
Yeah. Cool. Is there any particular subject, or given your sort of sometimes what happens, are you more drawing, are you more painting from like the imagination these days?
I think he's probably reached out to some of his old contacts to get back into the hospital morgue, to be honest. For context, for people who aren't aware, Blaze has sort of noticed a pattern that the models of his paintings keep dying. So he's decided to settle for the already dead. Yeah,
that seems to make more sense. The name of the painter we were referencing is de Chavannes, by the way.
That's it.
Okay. Marie, I seem to remember you having quite a precise idea about the piece you were submitting. So why don't you?
Yes, I mean, I have since very much, it's become less precise over the weeks. But from what I remember, so Marie also has a thing with her art, but in her case, it's that sometimes her paintings turn into horrifying landscapes with like blood raining from the sky, etc.
Yeah, sort of impressionist, apocalyptic,
exactly,
apocalyptic nightmares. Yeah.
Yeah, and in an attempt to kind of work with that a little bit, she had started painting what she had imagined to be the full kind of lake and sky of the, what was it, the like 3 painting thing. I can't remember what the term for it was.
Triptych.
The triptych that we saw in the first episode. And she has now settled on a kind of combination of the two, from the kind of feedback that she got, where they disturbingly liked the horrible landscape of her home, and then were also kind of slightly intrigued by the painting that she'd done of that lake.
Yeah.
So she's tried to mix them together.
It's more like horrific landscapes rather than horrific things happening in a landscape.
Exactly.
Also,
yes.
So there's no kind of influence from stuff like artists that immediately leap to my head for that kind of thing are like Goya and Dürer and stuff like that. There's nothing of that element of like an actual thing, but it's more like the landscape looks jarring and
exactly. It's like a hellscape rather than
hellish things happening.
Exactly. Yeah,
sure. Great. That sounds great. Well, you fetch your works without any issue, and you make your way across the Latin Quarter, across the Ile de Cité to the north side of the Seine and onto Marais. Do either of you have architecture or history? I don't think you do you? No. Okay. Well, the main thing I'll do, or the first thing I'll do, is I will show you, and this was the prime example when I was talking about how great it is to set a thing here and just have photos available to be able to show people. But this is the Tour Saint-Jacques in the 19th century. As you can see, there is a small city park laid around the base of the tower. It's already full of activity. The workers seem to have been sourced from both the school and the local galleries, and there is an obvious discrepancy between those who know what they are doing and the students and dandies who are attempting poorly to aid them. In the center of it all are many of the teachers and professors of the school, including Jerome, orchestrating the laying out of seating, decoration, and lighting. There are no pieces yet on display, but the park is already frequented by many students and relatively unknown artists clutching their own works and waiting to be assigned a location. What do you think that Marie and Blaise would do confronted with this, you know?
I think that Marie's first instinct will be to try and ingratiate herself with someone who can give her a nice spot.
Sure.
Yeah, she's trying to make sure that she makes as a good impression as possible. She's also trying to keep an eye out for Laura. Those two things are probably closer to equal than she would feel comfortable admitting.
Sure.
Yeah.
In terms of who's handing out the spots, it mainly seems to be Jerome. There are certainly other prominent artists there, but Jerome is the one actually taking charge and doing things. Blaise, what are you thinking alongside Marie there? Are you on similar lines, or standing back with patience, or what do you think you're doing?
My tactic is probably going to be to attach as closely to Marie as I can and ride her coattails, because she has big talk to the manager energy, and Blaise is kind of hoping that if he stands right behind her, then he can go next.
Right. Sure.
But he will sort of tap her on the shoulder and point out Jerome in case she hasn't noticed him.
Oh yeah, she's making a beeline for Jerome.
Absolutely, that's absolutely fine. Now, as you make a beeline towards Jerome, he does turn and see you as you're kind of a few feet away, and in quite a distracted manner says, "Oh, yes. I have little time to help you right now. I have secured you positions I think you will be happy with. I would wait patiently, or if you are bored, walk the grounds of the park such as they are. Develop a feeling for the space. Yes, this is your display. You are to You need to make your work sing. But I will talk to you later.
Certainly.
He seems very busy.
Yeah. Marie's just going to like say, will we be next to Laura?
Yes. When she arrives, if she arrives.
So she hasn't arrived yet?
No.
Okay. We'll try and identify where our spots are then, but I think that's answered.
You probably won't know that for a while, but
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So you're left to occupy yourselves, perhaps for a period of time yet to be revealed. Okay, let's hop in with the others. You have made your way up to Pigalle, to Edmond Bailey's shop. On arriving at Bailey's Emporium, you find that it's having a very popular morning. Bailey himself is seeing to the needs of several customers out on the shop floor, and there is a small group of individuals you don't recognize sat in the side chamber, leafing through some periodicals and chatting. And yeah, the four of you enter.
All right, do we want to try and flag down Mr. Bailey? Yeah. Sure. I mean, unless there's any other objections, other suggestions.
Not much to go on, so not really.
All right. Well, we'll head up to the counter, I guess, or wherever we find Bailey.
Yeah, he's kind of just in front of the counter at the moment, having kind of like just kind of done an exchange that seemed to be mostly kind of bartered, like bargained for, haggled for, I should say. And kind of looks up as you approach and says, oh, hello, yes. Just to describe Bailey again, he's got quite a big sort of beard in the way many people involved with the occult seem to, kind of heavy mustaches. But he's probably in his like late 30s or early 40s, but he's got quite a youthful aspect to him, and quite well-combed hair and kind of a pleasant sort of waistcoated suit. Yes, Master Drummond, it's very good business in here today. Is this a social call, or are you to add to it?
We're actually hoping you could help us with looking for a friend of ours, Laura. I presumably we know Laura's surname. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
it's Hilton.
Full name. Hilton, she bought a few books here recently as well, and we were hoping you might.
She did. Yes, of course. Miss Hilton, the Blue American, as I think of her. She's your frequent companion, is she not? Unless matters have changed again.
Yeah, that's her. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, yes. She has been in here a fair bit and spent not a small number of francs, I might add, which I'm grateful for.
Has she been in recent? She been in the last few days, or been around? I
think the last time I saw her was but 3 days ago. She was in here. Yes, it was 3 days ago. She was in here the morning, and I know this because she mentioned very in passing that she had ventured to the Nouvelle Athènes the night before, her and a few dozen lucky others. And I know that, and it has been of note to me, because that was the last venue for previews of the play, you know? I'm sure you've heard of it. Have we even spoke of it before?
Yeah, I think we did. This is the play that I can't remember the name of the theatre that we we went to. Was it just Theatre the Royal?
No, it wasn't that. This is like this is the first time. Well, this is the first time you've heard of it described in concrete terms as a play. So basically, over the last few, particularly the last two, there's been generally a kind of great buzz in like the symbolist artistic community of the city about a piece of work, but no one seems to know quite what it is or what some people have said it's a book or a play or a painting or something like that, but it all has these common themes you discussed with Sati before you went under the opera house, the like black stars, the still lake, and like all these kind of themes that seem to be kind of buzzing around the city, even though no one really knows where they've come from. But this is the first time you've heard someone speak very directly of an actual work.
I didn't realize there were previews and it was, you know, in that finished state.
Oh, yes. People are abuzz about it. And those of us who have not been privileged are a little bit envious. I don't know what Miss Hilton had done to garner an invite, but still, it's apparently had left quite an impression on her. Striking, even a little unnerving. If I'm honest, she didn't really seem quite herself, like she was half here and half somewhere else. But artistic innovation can do that, I suppose. What? Why are you looking for her, if I may ask? Apologies.
No, of course. Well, she's got this big exhibition today with some of our other friends, Blaze and Marie, who aren't with us just now, and we've not seen her in a few days, and we want to make sure she gets there for the exhibition all right. And you know, we're just worried about her. We're not seeing her in a little while.
Bailey levels a kind of slightly concerned look at you, kind of mock concerned, but there's a hint there of something actually maybe not as a joke. Well, you're quite the little missing persons gathering, aren't you? Should I be worried for myself?
Well, you're right here. You're not missing. You seem all right.
Not yet, but it seems to perhaps be a hobby of you and your friends. I'm sorry. That's all I know, I'm afraid. She's bought many books, occult tomes, a smattering of symbolism and art history. Strangely enough, quite a few drab works on mathematics. They usually sit on my shelves for months or years. She purchased a couple.
Mathematics? That doesn't sound like her.
Perhaps for working the angles of things. She does sculpture, is that not right?
Yeah, but mathematics book, this is the kind of thing Teddy here would buy in, I think, rather than Laura.
Well, I'm sorry, she didn't mention why.
Do you have copies of? Do you have any other copies of some of these books?
I couldn't say what they were, if I'm perfectly honest. It has been a busy week, an influx of people for the salon, lots of customers, and I know I should, but I simply don't keep a ledger of sales, I'm afraid. Not a consistent one, anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean you've been super helpful, so this has been amazing. She didn't say where she was going next or anything like that might be helpful for us.
Yeah, the only place she mentioned was the Nouvelle Athènes, and she didn't mention going there. She'd mentioned having been there, but that, as I say, was probably 3 days ago or so now. Perhaps someone saw her there. I don't know. You are all familiar with the Nouvelle Athènes. It is a popular artistic cafe that I should know the location of. It has a Wikipedia entry, as many of these places do. Again, stunningly good for research. You don't get this looking at places in Simbroom. There's no Wikipedia page for the Plateau of Carvosti. Oh, it is in Pigalle. So it is in the arrondissement you are currently in. So that works out quite well, I suppose. John has written, is that Nouvelle? Yeah, it's not spelled like Athens, but it's the French word for Athens. Yes, it means New Athens. Yeah.
Have we been there before?
Not as part of the story, but I imagine most of you have been there.
Yeah. It doesn't like. I mean, would we know whether it's the kind of place that would normally put on? You said it was an artistic cafe. Would it normally?
Oh yeah. It's very fashionable. Yeah, it's very fashionable. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are, like, you've heard of people putting on like, previews, right? Like little preview of works in progress, like an open mic night sort of thing, right? There are absolutely things that like that would happen, and Nouvelle Athènes is absolutely one of the places that would do that kind of thing.
Monsieur Bailey, you didn't happen to notice whether she was here with anyone else?
No, I think I would remember that. No, no, I don't think so.
Well, it seems you have a.
When she's been here in the past with other people, it's usually been with you.
Well, at least it seems you have a thriving business at the moment. This social. Oh, what? Sorry.
We'd lost you briefly, Steve, but you're back.
Oh.
Last thing you said was, it seems you have a thriving.
I got all of it, so I'm assuming it was
maybe
on the other end.
Yes, this social event. You seem to have your shop is thriving at the moment. What's the word on?
Master Valak, nothing in particular is what I would answer that. But the influx of people for the salon, I suppose examinations are coming to an end. Perhaps people have some money left over. The swell of buzz in the city among the symbolist movement. It's making me busy, but it's making me quite happy as well. He reaches over kind of behind his desk and stuffs like a handful of francs, which I think someone in chat, John said that they didn't. It looks like they didn't have paper money in France yet. They used coins, so he has a handful of coins, I suppose, that he tucks just underneath the counter in a very unsafe way.
These some of these folks here that are around. You said they're partly a buzz. All of this, excitement about the symbolist stuff. Did anyone else here go to see one of the previews? Do you know?
Not that they said. I don't know. I know it was quite an exclusive performance. Most people who have seen something of it don't stop talking about it, and there's been no one here this morning that has done that. I can tell you that for much.
I mean, it's been super helpful. Like I said, thank you so much. And I mean, it's great to see the shop so busy. It's a great shop, and really exciting for you.
Oh, I appreciate your well wishes, and if you'll excuse me, it looks like someone needs to buy this somewhat weighty tome on alchemical. One moment, he steps away as an excited young woman seems to be trying to buy a book on how to turn lead to gold. Or rather, the history of people trying to turn lead to gold. He's a respectable shop. He only sells stuff about the history of Flint Flat, not actual Flint Flat.
One layer of abstraction from being a charlatan.
Yes.
I mean, I guess we probably need to check out this cafe then.
I suppose so. That's the only clue we have. At least we've a sighting in the last few days. That's something. But yes, I wonder where she's been staying.
That's reassuring, right, Hildred? We last seen at least about 3 days ago. That's better than we had.
It's I haven't seen her for a week, so it's reassuring that 3 days ago she was at least in here with little enough troubles that she could buy a book.
Some weird books, though, right? And none of those were in her apartment, I don't think.
All the books in that pile. I mean, Marie isn't here to say, but Howie, you heard her say they looked to be all sculpture books, and that's what Marie gave you the impression they were. Yeah, you didn't see anything from what Bailey was describing.
I mean, it sounds like she bought quite a lot of these other books. Maybe she's got somewhere else that she's got them stored up, or she's somewhere else she's been going where she's sort of keeping these things.
Must be. Perhaps she met someone. I don't know. But yes, you can't. That quantity of books, you can't just carry them around with you. There must be somewhere. Perhaps someone saw her.
Hildred a very sympathetic look when you say perhaps she's met someone who's maybe carrying all these books for her.
Hildred, don't worry. She might just be shacking up with someone, mate.
Kick him out while he's down.
Yeah. Cool. I feel, again, I don't want to leap on your thing, but it feels like we have a next step in the breadcrumb trail, right? Okay.
I'm sorry, can I just double check as well? So they
go.
needed to submit that. They needed to submit that art by 2, but the actual exhibition isn't until later, right? So we're not
No,
gonna, like,
but they're expected to be there and to help set up and do all the stuff. So yeah.
But if you want to go to their exhibition, we're not like missing it now.
It's not open to the public until 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
So plenty of time. There will be lots of people who manage to get in and nose around in that time. Like, it's a park with a low fence, but the public are not meant to be in there until 8 o'clock.
And are we expected to be here between 2 and 8?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, or at least nearby. Yeah, it is taken very seriously. And speaking of it being taken seriously, and the salon in general, as the earlier hours of the afternoon pass, students and others showing their work are assigned small sections of the park for their display. Attendants are on hand to help with setting pieces up, but most of the students are far too fastidious in how they wish to be presented to let anyone else do it. Many of them, of these attendants, are standing idle on the gravel paths. Your names haven't been called yet. How do you think you're spending your time? It has been literally probably an hour and a half or 2 hours since you turned up. Jerome suggested getting a feel for the space, but how long does that take? I don't know.
Yeah, Marie will be getting increasingly irritated by not being seen to, and is probably going to be like pacing a little bit, just with like a landscape tucked under her arm, just getting increasingly annoyed, and occasionally looking to Blaze to see how annoyed he's getting as well.
How annoyed is Blaze getting?
Blaze is not getting in any way annoyed. He if anything, expected to be waiting here. He is, however, sort of milling around. Chatting is the wrong term, but like talking to people, other students, like from around the school or like of the general art society, and sort of trying to delicately bring the topic around to Laura and Laura's work and who she's been hanging out with for the past couple of months.
Sure.
I was trying to use society for that.
That sounds perfect. And you do a great job of that. You talk to quite a few fellow students, many of whom you recognize or even know by name. And they will similarly recognize Laura and know her by name. At least a couple of them have seen her off and on in the last few weeks, but always kind of at a distance, right? Like obviously hurrying somewhere or going somewhere or not involved. No one has seen her at workshops or art classes probably since the salon selection. And no one can report having an in-depth conversation with her. Just a few polite words here and there. And almost all of them express surprise that you and Marie do not know. Because the like 8 of you are seen as so quite inseparable. Although Hildred isn't a student, but people often see Hildred with you, the other 7 of you. So yeah, but that's all they've got. But people have seen her, but with no valuable news or information about that.
Right.
It is probably kind of working its way towards mid-afternoon now. And Marie, as you take a last pace and like in a kind of like, I will do 10 more paces. And at the end of those 10 paces, I will go talk to Jerome again. This is probably the 3rd or 4th time that you've determined that. And as you determine it for the 5th and definitely the last time, coughing slightly in the cool air, you hear Jerome call your names. Beckoning you from across the park, he leads you to a pleasant spot that is fairly central. It is along the pathway that leads to the tower itself at an intersection of paths. It seems an excellent location to your relatively like kind of novice eyes that should have many curious and interested people passing your paintings. Jerome kind of turns to you both and says, just the two of you for now? Miss Hilton has been a bit remiss these past months. I have no doubt she will arrive late, as many of these modern Americans make a habit of. But see, here you are. I hope you are pleased. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are many things to get done, and some of my fellow National sponsors are not the most practical of souls.
Indeed. Thank you. Yeah, we haven't seen Laura, and has she said that she'll still be attending?
I have not seen her to ask, but I can't imagine her turning down an opportunity like this. I'm sure she will arrive, Miss Ruinet. Do not worry. Do not worry yourself. He's already, like, looking at someone else, like, halfway to walking off.
Okay.
So, where you are, other than the pathways, which are kind of gravel, nearby there is a somewhat creaky-looking tree. Not an unpleasant tree, but it's a bit wonky. 2 beds of hawthorn flowers and a round, cleared area where several attendants seem to be setting up a low stone break for a modest bonfire. Similar spaces are being built around the park, along with some temporary stands for oil lanterns. Otherwise, the park will obviously be quite dark after sundown, and the salon is scheduled to be open until midnight. You've probably been hovering around long enough that you're getting the impression a lot of the decorations and these bonfires are very kind of like Victorian notions of pagan. Like that's like the theme of the event. You know, there's a lot of the decoration is like what people would associate with like pagan plants, holly and ivy, and like the more seasonal plants that there are. And there's even perhaps over by the tower like a central display of like perhaps the more notorious people who are being submitted for this, like the real young kind of go-getters of the artistic scene, and perhaps there's a display around them of sort of like theatrical spears and shields, you know, like they've been lifted from like the like drama department sort of thing. Like there's a little display. It's that kind of feel to it. And if nothing else, being it's quite a cold day, it should ensure that the evening is not that. So there we go. With that in mind, and go into as much or as little detail as you want, how do you want to set up your paintings? Obviously, you can just put an easel down and put it on there. You are encouraged to set it up in a particular way. You don't have to put them in a particular location. You have this zone that you can operate within. You can put it up how you want. You can add accoutrement. You can like add, you know, a sign saying something, anything you want. It doesn't have to be fancy. You can just say, I'll just put it on the easel. Job's a good one. And once you described this to me, we're going to do a roll to see how well you pull that off. So, with that in mind, John, what's your thinking about this place, your painting, what you want to do?
So, I was thinking that maybe, as Blaze has been getting into sculpture, that he has custom made like a molded frame for it. So I was going to start with that, but seeing the environment, I think I'd like to set it up somewhere where the flickering of the bonfire like can play over the surface, because I think that with the color work and with the ambiguity of the subject, I think that will work very interesting. And I also think I'm going to try and hack a couple of hawthorn branches off and sort of like twist it around the frame, because my memory of hawthorn is that it's quite prickly, and I think that will go with the molded frame quite nicely.
I think it's in the name.
Yeah,
absolutely. And hawthorn, of course, also a plant that's thought of as like a pagan thing, particularly in like older antiquarian traditions.
And
I think we had a big thing about hawthorn in was it Cincinnati Chronicles, the last thing?
I can't remember.
I think I remember Chris talking about hawthorn quite a lot. Anyway, wasn't a staff an important staff made of hawthorn?
I think so. I can't remember, but I think so.
Sounds right, but maybe. Anyway, sorry.
But I also know that hawthorn, and it will be around this time that will be like of the current canon. Hawthorn was commonly known as a European defense against vampires. And again, considering the ambiguity of the subject of living or dead, and I think that would be a...
Hawthorn was popular in this time period, you say. I didn't know that. I certainly didn't look it up for that tiny, unimportant detail. Yeah, no, that sounds great. Marie, what about you? I can almost imagine, and this is just an assumption, that Blaze putting their painting at a good point where the firelight, like things on it, makes Marie go, like kind of like, I want to do that.
Exactly.
You still can. It just means they have to be close to each other, which you might not mind at all, or you might want to be a bit more distant. Depends how competitive you feel. But yeah.
So initially, Marie is going to be like, "Oh, you nicked my spot," but is then going to be like, maybe I could make the pieces work well with each other. So what she's going to try and do is, still have the firelight kind of flickering onto the painting and try and like work with the kind of moving shadows in that kind of way. But is also going to, probably not particularly subtly, start moving the decorations that have already been added with the kind of ivy and stuff, and trying to make her painting actually almost blend in with the park itself in the way that it's currently decorated.
Maybe taking advantage of the tree a little bit. You could even try and hang it on the tree if you wanted and wrap.
That's what I was about to say, is she's going to try and almost wrap it onto the tree.
The tree, as I say, looks fairly old and creaky. You think if you found someone with a good nail, you could definitely hang it on the tree. It would be a little bit further away from the bonfire. You wouldn't get as much of that firelight effect, but you could certainly like wrap some of that fake and real holly and ivy around it, some hawthorn, and make it look like it's sort of set in the tree a little bit.
Exactly. Yes.
Especially when it's dark.
Well, that's what she's thinking is, if she can get the light onto the painting, but have the rest of it around it.
There are those oil lanterns that are just like stuck on poles in the ground, and you could definitely either do it yourself or probably more intelligently ask an attendant if you could move an oil lantern over.
Marie isn't doing it herself. Yeah, she's going to get someone else to do it for her.
An attendant will gladly do that, and like they're definitely set on where they'll put it near the thing, specifically what distance from that old tree and this artwork that they will place this oil lantern.
Yeah,
but like it's near enough. It'll definitely illuminate your painting once it gets dark.
Fantastic.
Okay, that's great. Now let's roll. So the roll is actually a choice. Regular viewers know I love to do this kind of thing. You can choose between a relatively easy composure roll or a preparedness roll that's a little bit harder, but not hard. And the reason, because normally I can imagine people going, well, I'll take the easier roll. But, composure's a valuable resource here around these parts. So it's up to you which of those you take. This isn't for a shock or injury card, obviously. It's just a...
If I use a push on my sculpture skill to have made the frame, could I lower the difficulty of the preparedness because I prepared it in advance?
Absolutely. We don't use pushes enough, and I will definitely let you do that, yes. You'd have a number of pushes, right, though, that you can use per session. That's
2.
the thing. 2. Okay. Yes, absolutely. I will allow you to remove 1 from the difficulty of the preparedness roll for that.
Cool. And I'm going to burn both my preparedness points because this is probably the main thing Blaze has been preparing for.
Fair enough. Yeah, go ahead and make your roll.
Five.
Okay. You have succeeded. and you're pretty happy with it. I won't tell you your exact margin. It may come into play later, but you've done what you wanted to do, and it's come out maybe even a little bit better than you were hoping.
Good.
Marie, what are you choosing to roll?
I too am going to go for preparedness. I don't have anything that I would use a push for, but I am going to burn all 3 points of preparedness that I have. So
fair enough.
We'll see. Okay, so that's a 6 on the dice, which is a 9 total.
Okay. Yeah. Blaze, yours is like, yes, that's pretty much what I thought. Maybe quite happy with it. You turn and look at Marie's, and it looks like a very professional theatrical almost like a theatrical dramatic presentation. Marie has done a superb job in arranging. It almost looks, even under this light, like the painting is set into the tree. It's very good. It's very good.
Marie, you have outdone yourself.
Oh, thank you, Blaze. And at which point she's gonna see that an attendant is trying to move something slightly out of the way after she'd been instructing them. She's like, no, not there, not there. If you could just move, and then is gonna immediately go back to trying to direct this probably small group of attendants that she's managed to gather to basically do this for her, rather than
a little
her
crew press gangs.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably all of them increasingly saying "Madame" in more strident tones. Okay, great. Yeah, you're both very happy with how things are going overall. And an hour or so passes further as you do this. Obviously, the amount of changes that you can make kind of dips and dips with you're moving more to the stage of maybe an inch to the left, not the tiniest of tweaks, but you're kind of getting there, and it's mostly slightly less changes. In fact, as you're doing this set at work on your easels, your frames, your surroundings, you're making subtle, likely unimpactful changes constantly to set your pieces in the precise position from which 100 Parisian art levels will declare you the next sensation. Finally, you stand back, the wind growing even more blustery as the afternoon is coming to an end. A voice behind you a ways calls out to you. They look good, Madame, Monsieur, and the technique of both is decent. I'm assuming we're looking around. It's a voice you kind of recognize. You turn around and see that sat on the other side of the path is Odilon Redon and his small family. Do you remember him as the painter we spoke to regarding the opera house? He kind of elements of his painting kind of led you to beneath the opera house, and he seemed kind of a little worse for wear in terms of his health, and a little tormented by perhaps his own creativity and his own work. He rises with a little difficulty to his feet, good-naturedly brushing off help from his wife. Oh, hush, Camille, I can do it today. He walks forward a few steps away from his wife and son, wincing a little. His son again is preoccupied with a wooden toy horse, and for a moment Redon watches him with a small smile before turning back to you. It is, well, I hope better circumstances that we meet again. He's kind of glancing at both your pieces and sort of distractedly says, "Do you know where you stand, Mesdames, Monsieur?"
I will admit to not being familiar.
Blaze, do you have any response to this quite vague question? Or just kind of a shake of the head? Or
shake of the head.
St. Jacques Tower is all that remains of a church demolished during the Revolution. The Church of St. Jacques de la Boucherie. St. James of the Meat Market. I wonder if James would approve of that humble association with his legendary temper. Nicholas Flamel was buried beneath the floor of that long-gone temple. Do you know of him? Do either of you have history or occultism? He asks, knowing that you don't.
No.
I don't think so, do you? No. A scrivener and an alchemist. It is written that he discovered the Philosopher's Stone and gained the secrets of immortality. I suppose for his sake we best hope that to be a lie. Otherwise, he's likely most unhappy beneath our feet. At least he has much company here. Are any of you kind of interjecting or asking anything? He seems to be happy to kind of monologue. He almost seems to be only kind of vaguely aware that you're there and he's speaking to you. He's very lost. As you visited him the first time, he seemed to lose himself a little bit, and he is doing that. But do any of you, if you want to interject in any way?
I will politely bring the conversation back to him and say, Monsieur, it is good to see you out of your rooms. I'm very glad you could make it.
Yes. I suppose it is good to be here. But it is a somber place. After the massacre of the Commune, this park became a mass grave, you know. I moved to Paris mere months after that. Too late to see any terrors for myself. But friends I spoke to talked in melancholy tones of limbs jutting up from shallow pits, the moans of those buried alive. But we stand ever on those who came before us, don't we? The wheel turns in a realm of change. Today it is Odilon Redon, tomorrow it may be Marie Rouenet and Blaise Paré. But then the day after... He looks up, gazing at a brief gap in the clouds above the tower, before shivering and wrapping his heavy coat more tightly around himself. All that is to say, Madame, Monsieur, good luck. And if it is not all you dreamed of tonight, then do not fret. None of it is real. Before either of you can say a word, he turns and makes his way slowly back to his family, who gather together in the cold wind and walk out of the park.
Well, that was, I guess, good. He's certainly a renowned artist, and he seemed to be at least partially impressed with our works, if distracted.
Yes. You don't think he was perhaps exaggerating about the mass graves and protruding limbs and buried alive, do you?
I would not be surprised if you weren't. This city is beautiful, but especially its recent history. Well, let's just say that our choices for the style of painting, I think, fit in rather well with the history.
Blaise, you may be already thinking of it, but the mention of the Commune likely brings back a odd flash of an experience in the opera house for you. Okay. Okay, on that upbeat note, let's move over to our other companions at the Nouvelle Athènes. Again, a wonderful old photograph of a place that was a fashionable cafe and artistic hub all the way to the early 21st century when it burned down. Is there any preamble or any conversation you want to have on the way there or going in there, or do we want to head straight into the Nouvelle Athènes?
I think we can head straight in.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. As you enter, an oddly subdued atmosphere is apparent here. Despite it being the afternoon and this being a regular spot for hedonists, impressionists, and drinkers of the city, in fact, often all three at once, there is a quiet here apart from a sparse, beautiful tune being played on the piano. A couple of dozen individuals sit alone or in groups, many of them nursing absinthe. They're certainly listening to the music, but the atmosphere seems maybe more than that. Lots of them look like they're lost in their own smaller worlds. Yeah.
This is a bit weird. Do you want to try talking to some of these patrons, or maybe check in at the bar?
In terms of who that, obviously there's people around, as you said. Yeah, there is a bar and some like bar workers. There's also, wherever the music is coming from is like a recessed, like not a different room, but like a recess you can't really see from the place you're standing at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do you want to talk to some of the staff, or some of the patrons here?
Staff seems like a good place to start.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think
if it's the kind of place where there's like a bar to go up to, I guess we'll go to that. If it's the kind of place where you sit down and get a table and stuff, we'll come to you. We'll do that, or whatever is the appropriate way to. Okay.
Yeah, a bit of both. But if you want to talk to like a manager or anything, then definitely going to the bar is like the way forward.
Then we'll start with that then, in case we do need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as the group of you walk forward, and Hildred is already, having to be maybe held back from racing forward and asking around. A few more steps in, and you can see the pianist now off in a slight recess in one wall. You do, in fact, recognize him. It is Eric Satie standing out once again in his priest-like clothes. Do you remember Eric again from episode 2? Spoke to him a little bit drunk at Le Chat Noir, where he talked of Rosicrucianism and symbolism and how it tied into all this exciting stuff. People were talking about the imagery, so on and so forth. Very friendly.
Hey, it's our friend Satie. Do we want to go chat to him instead, actually?
Hopefully he's more level-headed this time.
Yeah.
He's certainly level-headed enough to be playing the piano wonderfully. So,
yeah,
although,
good.
muscle
Well,
memory.
I mean, I was going to say, I think I've seen some people pull off amazing musical feats while hammered.
It's true. It's true.
Can I see, is he drinking anything? Can I see any?
Oh, there is a glass, but it's not absinthe. But there is a glass of something next on the piano, something brown. A small amount though, like just a little tumbler full.
Well, I'll probably glance at the others and then go to the bar, order a few drinks, order something for Satie as well.
Okay.
And,
so it sounds like to me that Howie is going straight over to Satie. Valak is maybe going to get some drinks. What about Theodore?
Theodore, I feel from what I remember of the last encounter with this guy, I feel like Theodore didn't much care for him.
Sure.
So I think he's going to sort of use helping Mark carry the drinks as an excuse to not have to go earlier than he has to.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, well, you'll split up your various ways then, and Hildred will go with you, Howie. How about that? So you kind of split up. Some to go to the bar, some to go over to Satie. And as you do that, I've got a little dice roll here. Isn't that an exciting thing to have happen in a game like this?
I was actually I had a quick skim back through my notes, and I don't think we all met Satie last time when we first met him. But did we see him? Because some of us went to the pawn shop and some of us went to Le Chat Noir, and I think Howie wasn't there. But I'm wondering whether we maybe in the intervening period might have come across him again, because otherwise maybe I won't just go and be like, "Oh, hey, remember me?"
Did we
sure.
Satie again at the end when we were wanting to get access to the.
Yeah, we went through Debussy, but I don't know if Satie.
Okay,
Oh, Debussy. things.
Okay, yeah, great. So we have all met him at some point. Then.
It's still, you know what? I will say that you all bumped into him brief. Oh, sorry, John. You seem like you want to add something. Okay. Okay. I'd say you all have briefly bumped into him since then, and he's kind of tied you all together as a group in his head. That's my excuse for getting around not having to redecide the things we've decided. So awesome. That's fine. Let me just make a roll. Okay, that's exciting. Howie, on the way over, kind of negotiating around tables, on the way to the piano, you pass a man slumped over and the worse for wear on the table, and you distinctly hear from him a slightly slurred and subdued voice whispering, "Have you seen the yellow sign?" Can you roll composure for me, please?
Amazing choice to go to the bar.
not the hardest. Not the hardest roll.
This is a presence roll, and I have my minor card, so I get a -1 to this because it's my first roll since my unease, which I'm assuming I'm still feeling uneasy.
Yeah.
So let me plow some of my other points into that. God, how much composure do I want to spend? Let's try that. 5 total.
Okay. You pass, which I believe also means you get rid of your unease card, right? Is that how it works? What was the unease thing?
I think it was just for the next roll, yes. From what
yeah, just the next roll. So once it's
take a -1 penalty, then discard. Okay. That also helps me in not having to immediately resolve a rules quandary, which would what happen if you got unease with unease. Because it's the same shock thing. But that's all fine. You have passed. You can shake it off as whatever. Maybe you don't even make the link to like what you've heard muttered before. We remember when the
Sorry, can you just repeat for me, like at full volume, what he said? Because I didn't actually catch all of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. He said in a slurred voice, "Have you seen the yellow sign?"
The yellow sign.
Which was also something you were all in conversation with. What's basically the Parisian pawn shop network. When he basically said it as passing in part of conversation, and I believe one of you could just kind of went, "What?" And he was like, I didn't say that.
Say anything. Yeah.
But you all heard him say it.
Yeah.
And it was kind of jarring and odd. And like just the phrase kind of made you feel a little strange. So to hear it again passing a drunk, but maybe you write it off. You certainly don't feel unease.
I think I will like maybe just have like a small kind of like double take, almost a kind of, did I hear that? I'm just gonna assume I didn't. Like, you know, like almost a kind of like, if I'm not sure if that's what I heard, then I didn't hear it. Kind of.
I'm sure I didn't hear that unsettling thing. I'll move on.
Yeah.
It seems like
why would I willingly stop and why would I willingly like make this worse? So
yeah, absolutely. Sure. In that case, you move on, and Sati looks kind of up as you approach, and says, one of my generous symbolist friends from Le Chat Noir. I fear I was something the worse for wear the last time you saw me, and God willing, I will be the next time you see me. But for now, I'm easing myself off from last night's successes. He indicates...
So you don't want another drink? I think my friend was getting around him.
I don't want to be impolite. He carries on playing. He's very good at this.
Yeah. This is very impressive. It's nice to hear you actually play.
I play here regularly, my American friend. Do you approve?
Yeah. Should stop in more often, I guess. Then catch you playing. What? Don't suppose you were here a few nights ago as part of when the previews were on, were you?
Well, there is The short answer is no, and the longer answer, oh, wonderful. Mark and Theodore have walked up with drinks. Mark, what did you buy for him? Just out of curiosity. He has a small amount of brown liquor in a tumbler, so I don't know if you want to try and match that or.
You imagine that would be the obvious choice. Maybe because Mark is cultured, so perhaps
He even has
something
the ability.
fashionable indeed.
Sure.
So something to match the mood, something to.
Here we meet the edges of my knowledge of 1895 Paris, other than absinthe, right? The only or just drink in general is not an area I'm over. What do we think as a group would be a fashionable brown liquor in 1895 Paris? Because pretty much the only brown liquors I know are like brandy, some whiskies.
Brandy's not
Brandy's
bad shout.
Not. Also, can you imagine brandy being a kind of hair of the dog? Because it's not that. It's the percentage is quite low in brandy, right? Right. Compared to like whiskey.
Well, nowadays they tend to be the same 40%. But I don't know what they were.
I mean, specifically cognac might be a good idea.
Cognac sounds.
Let's say
like a fancy brandy.
Yeah.
Let's say cognac. Eric kind of takes it off you with a gesture, has a sip of it, goes, pleasant choice. And pours it into the other tumbler and swills around. I like to live dangerously.
No, I was not expecting the dirty pint in
What were we talking about, Mr. Drummond?
I was asking if you were here a few nights ago for the previews.
Performance. No. They are very hush-hush about it. Terribly exciting. I am, I confess, here this morning not only to play a little piano, but also to try to find out where the next performance will be. I'm building myself up to ask Laurie over there at the bar, see if I can weasel something out of her. He tilts his head towards a striking young woman behind the bar, who Mark and Theo both noted seemed to be what basically the only, when you go into an establishment and you're like, that's the competent person. She gives off those vibes. She's the one kind of like organizing what the waiting staff should be doing. Not that it's particularly busy, but yeah.
Gotta say, I'm surprised you didn't already have an invitation. I'm sure you'll work your charm.
Oh, I'm sure I'll find my way to one, Mr. Drummond. Don't you worry. But clearly, these invitations are not given out based on charm or talent. Else, I'm sure I would have already attended. Isn't that right?
Hey, from what I'm hearing right now, without a doubt. Actually, one of our friends, Laura, she apparently she was here a few nights ago. We actually haven't seen her since. We were hoping to find her, but apparently she made it to one of the performances.
I think I remember the name, but I meet so many people, I'm sorry, I don't think I know her or haven't heard. Often when I'm here, I'm not particularly paying attention to anything but the piano,
Yeah, of course.
The piano and Laurie.
Have you heard anything about it from any of the other, like these? Are these some of the patrons who might have been here? Do you think?
This lot, maybe. I don't know. Most of the people I've encountered who've seen it are a bit more enthused and excited than these. But it was a big night last night.
Hey, well, don't wanna get in the way of your playing. It's great to see you, and
it's just a little thing I'm working on, an accompaniment piece to something I published this year. Thank you for the drink, gentlemen. And if you hear anything from Laurie about where the next one is, let me know.
Salute. Have a drinking, I guess.
I can just imagine like a brash American. Like,
yeah. Any horrible pronunciation is probably deliberate.
Yeah. Okay.
Seems like competent lady would be. So, what was her name?
Laurie.
Laurie. Yeah, that seems like a sensible next stop for noticing people's comings and goings. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Are we wandering over to her as a group?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
I think that's the way to go.
Okay. Yeah, you wander over, and she kind of looks up and says, "Oh, can you? What can I get you, gentlemen?"
Anyone ready for another drink?
if yeah, why not? Let's presume enough time elapsed with Sati that that yes, we're due a refill.
Mm-hmm. Hildred is kind of like tapping on the bar and looks like he's about to blurt out a question if one of you doesn't do so.
And while we're getting those drinks, we're actually hoping to ask if you'd seen a friend of ours, Laura, who we think she was here a few nights ago with one of the performances.
I don't know many of the patrons by name. I'm sorry, and I certainly don't know a Laura. If she was here at the performance, well, who knows where she is now? That's become quite the little following. I wasn't there myself. I'm sorry, I simply don't know.
You don't get to enjoy the shows that come on while you're working?
I wasn't working, and also they used one of the upstairs rooms. They like their performances to be private. Apparently, yes. Is there anything else? I am very busy. She looks like she's probably about to cut off the conversation unless something is used or engaged in some way.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh God, I was thinking I might use officialdom perhaps to see if it's possible to try to get some inroads to maybe get a look at said private room upstairs.
Okay.
So, look, we're obviously just a little concerned for our friend, and do you know if it's possible to maybe go up to that room, or maybe find someone who might know about that area? We just want to make sure everything's checked.
I doubt that you can find anything to do with your friend in the room. The only reason people can see the room is if they're interested in hiring it, monsieur.
And who would I speak to about that?
You would speak to me about that, monsieur.
I see. Okay. Well, never mind. And yes, if you do...
Can I
what
sort
do
of
you mean,
interject?
never mind? Yeah, there's a room to hire. We have a few artist friends who might be interested in putting on a little something. We'd love to take a look.
Yeah, can I, Inga, unless you're going to use a talent, I was planning maybe on using Bonhomie to bit of charm.
I was gonna be like, well, it's gonna be super sus if I then say, well, as it happens, unrelated to my previous inquiry, I would like to hire. I was gonna say never mind, and then have someone unrelated come up later. But
let me tell
how
you,
he's just classic, like charging in.
Sure. Well, Mark, can we just? I'll unwrap this Gordian knot of a conversation in a second. But Mark, you said you're using Bonhomie. Do you want to come up with like a subject matter that you're going to try and like steer the conversation to a more casual, friendly tone with her. Like, there's various things about her. She seems busy. She seems competent. She seems a bit annoyed.
Well, I'd probably comment on the ambiance, the wonderful playing by Monsieur Satie, and yes, just what a wonderful atmosphere this place has, and such creative energy, and just sort of sweet talk it that way a bit, and then sort of lead in to the prospect of yes, well, hiring a room in such a creative establishment. Yes, I think we could. Some friends of mine would, I'm sure, benefit from putting on a little show here.
Well, monsieur, you don't have to butter me up. You just simply have to say you are interested. The door is over there. Head up and take a look, and come down within a few minutes, if you please. And then we can talk deposits, if you're interested.
Thank you. Merci.
Okay. Steve went in a slightly different direction than I was anticipating there, so it all just kind of tied together. So it was all, everything just worked together. It was all good. Beautiful.
I think this might actually be quite nice. Hey, we have artist friends who are presenting at the salon tonight. Like, this could actually be kind of cool for them.
Okay. You head up a short set of stairs to like an upper floor area, which is not huge, but not small either. It has like a sort of low raised area that could substitute as a stage. It looks like it's already been used for artistic displays. It has like hooks surrounding the walls. It has a lot of furniture that's all been like pushed to the edges of the room, so it could be cleared and cleaned. Yeah, there's not an awful lot in there, but it is also a little bit dark, and you can't see everything on first looking in. It's not it's not like dark, but it's dim here. The windows are quite small, and the light it's not failing, but it's not terribly bright today. So maybe a more thorough look around might result in something. Hildred is certainly going down that route and just kind of like looking around like he's going to find Laura under a table.
Yeah, I think I'm less expecting to find Laura, but like more, I guess. Yeah, is there any kind of indication of the performance that sort of still seems in the room? Anything that like might? I mean, obviously the weird books that Laura's got. Anything that looks weirdly mathematical for some reason, or like occult, that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark and Theo, were you kind of like browsing around the room as well, trying to see if there's anything here? Yeah.
Yes. If there's any way of sort of brightening the room by pulling back curtains, I'd be doing that. But yes, looking around, scraps of paper, that sort of thing.
You know what? There are some curtains, and as Theodore and Howie, you're looking around the tables, the chairs, kind of like the rough little stage area. Mark, as you pull aside one of the heavy linen curtains that are kind of like blocking off some light, you find something on a windowsill. It's kind of half stuck on there. You know how paper sometimes like clings to like old surfaces. It is what looks like, to your eyes, as a kind of rudimentary, small, handwritten flyer for something. It looks from reading it, it looks like it serves as a kind of dual flyer and invite, right? It's basically like this person is allowed into this. It has very little information on it otherwise, other than a date, a place, a title, and a kind of caveat explanation that only excerpts of the final full piece will be performed. Would you like the information on it?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Are you calling over the others to show it them out as you're doing this?
Yes, I'd hold it up and then, yes.
That's great. The date is tonight. The place is the Cabaret du Néant, which is roughly translated as the Cabaret of Nothingness. And the title of the piece is Le Roi en Jaune. And you feel like you already knew that name. A strange, dizzying familiarity overcomes you. For a moment, each of you reel. Satie's elegant notes from below, a psychedelic accompaniment to the vertigo that spins around your mind like a malignant déjà vu. Could everyone please give me a composure check? It will be not easy, not hard, but it will be slightly easier for Howie Drummond.
I'm going to spend 2 points. I get a 5.
Okay.
6 total for me.
Okay.
I spent 3 and got 4.
Okay. The vertigo-like sensation passes, and none of you are going to be handed shock cards. Hildred says, the king in yellow. What does that mean? He notably does not seem to be affected in the same way as you. Although it's entirely possible that each of you is so personally affected by this that you maybe haven't even noticed that, you know, the other two have felt the same way. And in the case of Theo, I can imagine, why would you mention that? Like, clearly, just a moment of,
yes.
You know, blood sugar needs to come up.
Just a head rush.
Have we heard the King in Yellow? I feel like we've heard the King in Rags before, haven't we?
This is the first time in this campaign of the Yellow King that the term "the King in Yellow" has been said. He said the thing. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I thought that was the case. Just want to double check. That was. This is it, isn't it? This is.
This is what?
These performances, these previews, whatever. That's got to be this, right?
What do you mean? What's got to be this?
The next one's tonight at the cabaret. That's got to be what this is. This is one of these secret invitations. Don't you think?
I mean, yes. Maybe she met someone there. I mean, it's just a performance, right? We should go and speak to some people.
And I believe, like, multiple. I'm trying to remember who exactly phrased it like this. But someone referred to the performances as having a following, right? And people got very passionate about it. It's, in fact, why am I saying this as me? I'll say it as Hildred. Didn't Bailey and they called it a following? Maybe she's following them around. If these people are so struck with this, maybe she'll be at this one.
That's a great theory, yeah.
She's either there or at the salon, right? So some of us will find her.
I suppose so.
The salon. I really didn't want to miss the exhibition. I wanted to go and support Marie and Blaze.
It's open till midnight. Maybe, I don't know. They can't.
Yeah.
They can't be upset about us missing that if we're just looking for Laura, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, Laura's missing. I get it. Like, yeah, we got to see if we can find her and see if she's all right. Yeah, like you said, we'll go to the exhibition. Once we've seen the performance, right?
Was there a time on the performance?
No, it just has the date. It doesn't have a time, start time. It does say like the evening of the date. Let's say that.
It's excerpts, right? It's not the full thing, so like that's not going to be a whole night. That's not
Well,
going to take up a whole night.
We can at least go there and see. They might be there early.
Yeah. Just we don't even need to stay for the whole thing. We just got to see if Laura's there, right?
She could just be at the cabaret waiting. We can talk to her. We can make sure she's okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go. The Cabaret of Nothingness, which sounds very dramatic, but which is a place you all have probably heard of, is in Montmartre, which is, let me get my geography correct again. Montmartre is it's the 18th arrondissement, but just for geography's sake, let me switch back to my map. It's been a while since we had the map up, right? Let's have fun with maps. How's everyone's Roman numerals? The 18th arrondissement is okay, so it's just again to the north of kind of where you are. It's to the northeast of where you are. So you could potentially like swing up there and then walk back down south to get to the salon. That could be a plan, right?
Hey, should we tell Eric about this? He really wanted an invite.
He did ask to know. But also, if you just have a flyer, the flyer specifically says this is an invite for one person. So
for one person.
Okay.
Who knows?
Well, we can at least sort of, tell him where it is, and perhaps there might be people around there that he can charm, closer to the doors.
He does seem quite good at that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll let him know. We think we've got a hint to where it'll be.
Yeah.
The rest in his hands. So I guess we'll stop by on our way out via.
Well,
Sati.
Eric thanks you for the that information and says he concurs with you. He's like, well, I don't have an invite, but maybe I'll go along a little later and see if I can talk my way inside. I'm sure they'll have heard of my work. Isn't that right, Mr. Drummond?
Hey, this is fantastic. I sure think they will have done. If they won't do, we'll start spreading the word for you.
He definitely seems to have marked you as an easy complimenter. He's
accurately.
Yeah. Okay. You leave the Nouvelle Athènes and head off up towards Montmartre. So let's hop back to the salon. A couple more hours have passed. The sun has almost sunk behind the spires of Paris now. But the park is growing warmer near the pathways as the small bonfires have been lit, crackling and spitting on fresh wood cuttings. They bathe the salon with a soft orange light that mixes with the blues and purples of the setting sun. The persistent wind has also died down for the first time in days, as if in respect for the fast approaching hour of opening. Most of the staff and some early art-loving arrivals who managed to persuade their way past the attendant-guarded gates are gathered near the base of the tower for hot drinks, but a number of artists, yourselves included, are at least for now still at your easels. What minor tweaks would you say you would be making to your presentations, if any? Maybe you're happy with them. Maybe you're just admiring them. Let's start with Marie.
So I don't think Marie is going to make any changes. I think she's quite happy with how things are set up. What she is going to be doing is quite unsubtly looking at all of the other paintings around them and silently judging them for not being quite as well set up as hers.
Yeah, that seems like a fairly good idea. How about you, Blaze?
I think Blaze has probably brought out like a small selection of oil paints and like a wooden palette, and is making some very light tweaks to some of the color washes to pick up the firelight a little bit better. Just like some slight saturation changes, and maybe adding a bit more color to the frame. Kind of doing like we were talking about painting miniatures earlier, and I can't remember what it's called, but where you like dry brush dark bits into the crevices to make it look more 3D.
Yeah, it's called dry brushing. Yeah.
But there's a specific, it's called like slap chopping or something.
Oh, slap chop is a technique. It's a way of dry brushing, but yeah. But just the base thing you're talking about is dry brushing. Yeah.
Yes. Well, he's doing that kind of thing, like brushing it on and then wiping off over the...
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Bits.
I should brief note, in case anyone is confused, I just wrote a comment saying night and thank you, and it's gone to both YouTube and Twitch, but I just meant to go to YouTube. So anyone on Twitch, we're not about to stop the stream randomly mid-sentence. I just wanted to make people clear of that. That's all. Okay, so you're kind of like, Marie's more like admiring / making sure that everything's just so, whereas Blaze is actually like making slight adjustments to the piece as it's sat there to better catch the light. That's cool. I like that idea, and I feel that's something that people definitely would have done. Like, sort of, well, it doesn't look like it did in the studio now, so I'm going to adjust it to make it suit the environment better. Very cool. I like it. I'm going to randomize something now. Again. There we go. Marie, as you are stood back admiring your work, a sudden noise distracts you from your sort of, not fiddling, but kind of like taking it all in. It is a gasp of shock or pain. Then others join it closer around you on all sides. Just beyond your painting, just beyond the tree, from lower to the ground, a single pleading voice starts sobbing, "Mama, Mama," over and over again. How do you think you'd react to this? Just as a like quick reaction, not time to like say anything. Like, what would you think your immediate thing would be at this?
I think her immediate reaction upon hearing the first like shout of pain would be to go and try and find help, but then upon hearing everything else going on, she'd just be like kind of stuck in confusion.
Okay, but do you think you'd be physically like
yes, she'd be looking around trying to find the source of what was going on.
Blaze, do you think that you would then be looking at Marie like, what is Marie doing? Do you think you'd be turning away from your piece to see that? It is visible on your vision to see Marie suddenly seemingly quite struck by something. You haven't heard this?
Yeah, why not? Yes.
Okay. Well, as you kind of turn to and maybe do you think you'd be like about to ask Marie what ails her? What's the problem? I mean, that seems like quite a natural reaction.
Yes.
Well, as you do so, you feel an insistent pressure on your ankle.
Oh, I look down.
The ground beneath your feet is no longer clipped grass, but instead turned soil, and from it emerges a dirt and blood-smeared arm in a torn white linen shirt. The fingers of the hand are grasping awkwardly at your ankle, splayed out and seemingly without purpose, desperately twitching and contorting in the final throes of obscene suffocation. Could both of you roll composure for me, please?
Yeah.
Again, I would say not easy, not, a middle of the road kind of difficulty, maybe.
Eight.
Ooh.
So that's a 3 for me because I only used 2 points of composure.
I imagine people are trying to ration it out at this point, right? Okay. Yep. See, this kind of makes quite a bit of sense for me because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't like to like hang a lantern on things, but I imagine it would be strange if my players had not at this point noticed that a lot of these strange sudden events happening have a kind of reality shifting element to them, right? Flashes of things that have happened in the past, or like things that don't make sense. Blaze, you have experienced one of these before that we mentioned earlier in the Opera House, also perhaps linked to the commune. So perhaps that is like, this is happening again, right?
Mhm.
But it doesn't. You're kind of like perhaps breathing rather than like, or like maybe even a kind of like, if I close my eyes, perhaps it will go away. Sort of. Would that kind of reaction to justify
yeah.
you not being freaked out too much?
I think also like Blaze was quite struck by what Redon said earlier, and maybe he'd just be like, "It's got to me. It's fine.
It's got to you, right?
I'm hallucinating. It's the pressure. I've been staring at a painting of a corpse. Calm down.
Absolutely.
It's fine."
Marie, on that flip side, has Marie experienced any of these sort of strange?
No, not yet.
I think someone have something in the first episode in the tunnels of the hospital, in like where the paintings were found. Maybe someone did. I want to say maybe that was Sam actually, or maybe Steve.
I had a minor thing where I discovered some artwork which seemed to depict that building.
Yeah.
I could neither locate nor properly sort of recollect.
I think someone heard something as well, but I could be wrong. Anyway, it wasn't Marie, but that explains perfectly why this moment might. I mean, also it's horrible and disturbing, but perhaps that's why Blaze is affected and Marie isn't. I just like random rolls justifying things like that. With that in mind, though, I'm afraid you're going to get a shock card there, Marie, and I think you'll agree with me that that seems fine. Actually, that seems like it's a fair thing to happen. You are unnerved. There's no effect on you, and it's quite easy to discard. You discard it simply by using an investigative ability to gain information. So it's just a tick in that box that you don't want to get 3 boxes of, and it can go away faster than the end of the session by using an investigative ability. Okay. Before either of you have time to kind of, particularly Marie, because I imagine, like you said, Blaze is just like, okay, this isn't real. Marie, on the other hand, might be about to do something a bit more dramatic and, extreme in this nature. But before you have the time to do so, a voice behind you, not Radon's voice. This one is closer and it is different. Mesdames et Messieurs, a happier place to meet than before. The man standing behind you, and it's worth saying, everything goes away. The voices, the sobbing, the arm, everything just kind of snaps back in, and it leaves you kind of almost physically like something moved you, but you're standing still. The man standing behind you, given that you're both in a state of sudden kind of like shakiness, I'm going to actually do a fun thing here and ask if Holly and John know who this is. You have met him before.
I believe this is, I can't remember if I have his name, but he was the representative for the Maison Marcy. That we met at the Hôpital de Saint-Louis. He was the other one who was negotiating over the stash.
Yes.
He's also potentially Italian and possibly had been mentally linked by us to the...
Why is he
Hadn't
Italian?
we agreed that? Someone picked up on an Italian accent.
Oh, did they?
I quizzed him on his background using Bonhomie in episode 1.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough.
And
fair
I think
enough.
I got, yes, a
Sorry,
vague link.
I thought you were confusing him with the Italian man who's the one you saw taking the painting away.
I think,
No,
he married into the
mentally
family, I
linked to
think.
them.
Okay, yeah. His name is Louis Marcy.
That's it.
So, yeah. Okay. Well, Louis Marcy stands behind both of you, a dapper figure in a fashionable russet suit. He sketches the smallest of bows. Your works are on display then. I look forward to admiring them. I am, as you know, a fanatical devotee of Parisian art. If your pieces are striking, perhaps a bargain could be struck for display or sale via my gallery. I can be most generous to any who choose the House of Marcy as a representation in these matters.
Yes, I'm sure you can, sir, and we're very proud to have our works posted here. Thank you for taking an interest, and considering what little we know of your other works that you've been interested in, it's a great compliment to hear that.
Do you think your voice might be a bit kind of like shaky and unnerved?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like your manner a little bit shaken.
Yeah, she's almost trying to brush him off so that she can like try and dial into what was just going on.
Yeah. How about you, Blaze? Do you respond at all?
Blaze gives a polite, thank you, good to see you, but he does take a half step closer to his painting.
Okay.
As if worried that it might disappear if he turns his back on it.
Well, whatever you should decide, try to enjoy your evening. A salon is always a thrilling occasion, but excitement and curiosity can make fools of us, even those with the best of intentions. He taps a finger to the side of his head and strolls away. Could you both give me a sense trouble check?
Yes.
Not hard, not easy.
That's a 1, and I had no points to put into it.
Sure.
So
there's no shock, there's no cards associated with this.
Yeah.
It's just a normal check.
I got a 7.
Louis Marcy was not talking about your works. In fact, you have the overwhelming feeling that what he was delivering to you was a warning. Excitement and curiosity can make fools of us, even those with the best of intentions.
Okay.
On the street of the Cabaret de Neon, which I have an image of the outside of. Here we go. In Montmartre. And I believe I'm correct in saying, let me just double check it. But in terms of, modern references that people will get and understand, a few steps away from this cabaret is another cabaret you might have heard of called the Moulin Rouge. This street in Montmartre is where a lot of these cabarets are. Like another one is called the Cabaret of Hell. They're all very themed, But as you are walking towards the cabaret, the four of you still together there. Oh, you know what? I enjoyed that last sense trouble check so much that I'm going to ask for another one from this other group here. How about that? The difficulty is a bit harder than normal. Let's phrase it like that.
I got an 8. I bumped up my sense trouble with my XP this time and went for it with my points.
I dumped my whole pool of 2 and got a 7.
Okay.
I spent 1 point and got 4. So Mark's still kind of,
Well, Mark and Hildred are oblivious then. But Howie and Theo, as you walk on, maybe Mark and Hildred are in the front, right? They're like, Hildred will almost certainly be rushing there. Howie and Theo, maybe a bit more even paced. And as you're walking up to the cabaret, you notice someone watching the building from the entrance of an opposite alleyway. It's someone you've encountered before. And the last time you encountered him, he was carrying a painting that you were quite interested in. It is the Italian Man. He notices you looking back at him, gazes at you boldly, and paces slowly back away from view with a slight tilt of his head to beckon you into the alleyway.
Don't suppose that sense trouble gives us an indication as to how bad an idea this is.
That's a murder in.
It would be very bold to murder you in like this busy street of Montmartre in like the early evening.
Still, like, how light is it outside? Like, are we like going to be deep in shadow here?
The sun is setting, but it would still be like if you're walking down the street, you'd be able to look down and say, "Oh, there's a few people in that alleyway." You know what I mean?
They appear to be being murdered. Yeah, okay.
Maybe, but like, yeah, he was very bold and obvious about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, Hildred, that Italian man, this alley, just got gestured into this alleyway. The guy with the paint, the guy who stole that painting, I couldn't catch up to. I'm going to start walking towards it and just.
Oh, we're just going straight in, are we? Okay, great. Yes, the Italian chap is. Oh, yes, definitely. Boldly into that. Wise, yes. Yeah, yes, I guess we're going to talk to this man now.
Hildred is kind of hovering behind you, all going, "What Italian man? What's?"
Oh, months back. Oh, never mind. It
doesn't matter. He's trouble. Be ready.
All right. Hildred kind of reaches into the pocket of his jacket, but his hand just kind of sits there.
Theo's, I think, like clutching an umbrella or something equally useless.
Mm-hmm.
You say equally useless. We don't know what Hildred's got in his pocket. He's
so
American.
England. He's got an umbrella,
equally useless to an umbrella.
Maybe a cricket bat. Yeah. We're all striding into the alleyway. Yeah. For what it's worth,
yes.
Yeah. You both rolled high on sense trouble. You think if someone was trying to lure you into an ambush, they probably wouldn't be. Come here, 10 feet back into a busy road alleyway, and I will gesture to you to do that. Like where everyone else can see me and see what I'm doing. So it doesn't seem ideal.
I was ready to start sprinting after him like I did last time, and then he gestured. So
sure.
I think Howie's body is like
your body is
ready to run.
Howie's body is a weapon.
So you head into the alleyway together, and in there he stands waiting, sipping from a flask with one hand while holding a small revolver down at his side with the other. He's taking your measure as you approach, a clear lack of fear in his dark eyes that stare out from under a soft, flat cap. Settle yourselves, gentlemen. I bear you no ill will. It is good that we meet. There are things I cannot tell you, for I don't know everything myself. But is it enough to dim your anger to say that I no longer work for the art dealer?
I mean, I'm not sad to hear that, I guess, in some ways.
It would dim it more if you said who you work for now.
It's a good question.
Well, not the fake Frenchman, I can tell you that much. I'm not working for anyone.
Any reason you stopped working for those guys?
I'd worked for him before, a few times before the job you saw me on. Some burglary, some heavier work. He has a lot of interests. He asked me to find Voulet and to take the painting. What I saw there, the painting itself, it shook me, as I'm sure it did you. And then there was more I saw in the weeks after doing other jobs. Enough to make me think I should find different employment, maybe even see him taken by the authorities. But I need to watch my back, and I need to cover it. Now I suspect we're on the same trail. Otherwise, this is a fine coincidence. Looking for connections? Yes. I know one of the ladies you were with took his writings. Voulet's. I know she has been following these mummers around the city. They're here tonight. They've already rebuffed me, but perhaps you will have more luck. I'd be open to talking about that if you find something. Maybe sharing some effort, information.
That all sounds reasonable. Look, what's your angle here? Is this professional or the result of some personal quandary after your experience?
It's personal in that I need to keep myself safe. And it's professional in that I don't think someone should be doing what Marcy is doing.
What's he doing?
That's not for here, Drummond. Look, you get into that cabaret. You try and find a connection there. Your friend, Marcy, it's all tied together. I have other places to be tonight if I cannot be here, if I cannot be in there. I will meet you in the morning at your cafe. You're not difficult to track down.
Very well.
Hide.
If we would be partners, then I would have your name, though.
You'll get my name when you get the information from in there. I will give you everything.
Forgive me for saying it's a bit vague. What information? Is there some information in particular you're expecting us to find in there? You say connections. What do you mean by that?
Link Marcy to those players. I don't care about your friend. I don't care about the writing. I don't need it. I'd rather see it burned. Marcy is doing things, ensuring things happen around the city. Things he shouldn't be doing. Things even I think he shouldn't be doing. And I am not an angel, Mr. Drummond. But we can't go to the gendarme without proof. I've got some of that proof, but I need to link him to them. Do we have a deal? What did you say, sorry?
I don't know about a deal. I mean, this is something we were obviously going to anyway, but these players, are they dangerous too? Do you think they're
yes,
linked?
You said you needed to keep yourself safe. Where is the threat coming from?
Not from them.
Marcy?
Try and find a link. Do your best. I'll meet you in the morning. If you're not interested, we'll all walk away.
Look, we're here now. We'll do it, but I expect more parity of sharing tomorrow.
Whatever that means, I'm sure you'll get it. All right. Have fun. He turns and goes to walk out the other end of the alley.
That was unexpected.
Hildred says, again, who? And shouldn't we be... Who's this Marcy fellow?
He was a auction house art dealer who... He was present at the first time we went to a hospital to gather bid for a cache of paintings. He was using nefarious methods, it turns out, to steal one of them.
Right.
That chap was working for him.
And the painting seems to be connected to this play somehow. Like there's all this chat about the symbolism stuff. It all seems to somehow be related. I don't know why or quite what's going on, but like that's why he's here at this cabaret, I guess, is because somehow Marcy seems to be he wanted that painting. He got this guy to steal it for him. And maybe he's connected to this place somehow. And it sounds like Laura's been chasing something down as well, but she didn't tell any of us about it. We could have helped her.
And unfortunately, the person in the group who suspected that she had taken the writings is the person who's not here right now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Did we learn that in the first episode that George was trying to get
he was trying to have a play put on by the theatre group of a genuine historical yes, which is his like his stage name. Yeah, Aurélien Marie Lunier is who was quite a pleasant chap who you talked to at a theatre. But yes, that is the main thing that Georges seemed to be doing, is trying to get a play he'd written put on by a theatre group. So this webs are connecting a little bit, I hope. If not, I've done a terrible job. Are we heading into the cabaret?
Yeah. If only one of us can get it at this point. They're going to be a real stickler for that. Who wants to go in?
I would suggest Mark is the more socially lubricated among us.
Phrasing as ever is...
Well, look, this is exactly why I should go in. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, maybe Mark can talk his way in. You might be the one who needs the flyer, Teddy.
He'll goes, well, I mean, we can all try and go in, right? And see what happens. But if it is to be someone, please. I just think I could just talk to her. No?
I mean,
but let's all try. Let's all try right now. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe they'll let everyone in.
Maybe, but I mean, there's clearly some other things going on here. I don't think. I think one of us should be with you at the very least, and well, maybe there's another way in. I don't know.
Let's all just try and walk in the front door.
Yeah. Well, don't worry, Hildred. We'll get something sorted. Let's go and see.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go. I guess we'll try and go up together to start with.
You all go up to the front door of the cabaret. Just to remind you, that's what it looks like. And the door is open. Hildred kind of opens it and looks back at you all and kind of, come on, like gestures for you all to walk through. Is that what we're doing?
Yes. Give it a go.
I guess so.
When has an NPC ever steered you wrong?
Yeah, an overeager.
Asking for a marching order. That's what I'm waiting for. Like, who goes in first?
Yeah, roll initiative.
Absolutely. Okay. We are going to. Do I want to swap around these scenes? You know what? I think I do. Yes. That makes more sense time-wise. Okay. On entering the cabaret, you find yourselves in a dark hallway. Somewhere ahead of you, you can hear the sounds of subdued merriment. And before long has passed, a curtain is pulled aside, and a man swathed head to toe in the Hessian garments of a monk steps forward. Monsieur, this is the cabaret of nothingness. If you would accompany me on to the inevitable, please. It does not wait for anyone. He turns, kind of waves you on in quite a overly dramatic fashion, and walks towards where the sounds of merriment are coming from. Does not seem to be preventing,
I guess
like, numbers of people.
Let's follow, yes.
Yeah,
Maybe turn back to the group and sort of echo his motion slightly.
Walking forward, you pass the curtain and find yourself in a black painted chamber of modest size. And obviously it would be hoping beyond hope that there would actually be a photo of this exact room in the state it's in, right? That would be a crazy thing to expect. Let me zoom that in a little bit for you all. It is laid out, this black painted chamber, with long coffin-like tables and benches at which people sit with food and drink. Servers dressed as undertakers wait the tables, and the black walls are decorated with skulls and dark statues. On a low stage, another individual in monk's garb is displaying portraits, which with a single swipe of a black cloth become images of skeletons. The man who accompanies you gestures towards an open table and says, "Welcome to the void. If you would sit and take your beer." Do any of you have miscellany?
Yes.
That is a French pun. Steve, the word in this sense effectively means two things. Do you know?
I'm presuming
take a
it's. I can't reel off the precise definition, but I'm assuming it's B-I-E-R, like funeral pyre thing.
Yeah, B-I-E-R-E-S. It means both beer and coffin.
Nice.
Yeah. There is nothing, like no presentation or play going on of any kind. Hildred is looking around a little confused and kind of sits down in front of this coffin and just kind of shrugs and looks at the three of you. It's the kind of place where you're being seated, you know what I mean?
I mean, I guess, can we look around and see who the other patrons are, if we recognize anyone?
You certainly can. You don't recognize anyone. But you see that over on one wall, there is a doorway painted with a realistic depiction of a withered human corpse in a coffin. It has a sign placed next to it, apologizing that there will be no grave magic presented tonight, as there is a private event in the room.
I guess maybe point to that and say, I don't suppose that private event is what the flyer gets us into, maybe?
That'll be it. He's got it. That'll be it. Please, Mark, you three sit here, have some drinks. I can always come out and call for you. Please. I just want to be the one to talk to her. Mark, please.
Very well, Mildred.
If we find her, we can bring her out here to talk to you in more normal circumstances.
No. I've been looking for her for days, Howie.
I understand your passions. Yes. Go ahead. I understand. Good luck.
Thank you, Mark. He kind of takes the flyer and says, "Look, when I come out, order drinks. I'll pay for them. I'll pay for them. Thank you." Is everyone kind of like taking a seat around the coffin?
Yes, I'd also be wanting to sort of just look around, see whether there are any other doors or vantage points or places.
There's definitely doors that look like that have whatever the over-the-top gothic cabaret equivalent of the sign for toilets is. And there's some doors behind, like where there's a low bar, you know, like where the staff are going in and out. But it doesn't look like there's anywhere else that's like directly of interest to your concerns. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Okay.
We've got to have a word with that guy about playing it a bit cooler. He is. I get it, man, but yeah, it's not. That's not the way to a lady's heart, I don't think.
Well, the drinks arrive almost immediately, and Hildred, as he like stands up, downs kind of half a flagon of it's like a ceramic mug crafted into the shape of a bleached human skull, and then walks over to the door, holding the flyer out in front of him almost like a shield. The door opens as he approaches, and a shadowed figure inside speaks to him with the door at a crack. This doorkeeper seems satisfied and holds the door open wider for him to enter. And all of you catch a glimpse of what lies inside, an impression of a smaller room packed with people, mostly seated and facing away from you. In front of them is a tall person in a flaxen shroud. They wear a featureless mask, very similar to the one you discovered in the Capuchin quarries. And despite not being able to see their face at all, you are struck with the sudden, disquieting notion that behind that mask, they are staring past their audience, past Hildred and the doorkeeper, directly at the three of you. Above them hangs a banner painted in lurid blue and yellow. Daubed on it in sort of rough, almost primitive strokes is a strange symbol, perhaps runic or alchemical in nature. It has the sense of blurring or fraying or even softly vibrating at the edges when you attempt to focus on it. Again, similar to having heard the name of the piece, a shocking vertigo sweeps over you, this time leaving all of you dizzied enough to need to prop yourself up against the table. Then the door closes on the scene and the unsteadiness departs like a candle being snuffed out. Can I have a composure check from all of you, please? Not too easy, not too hard.
I will spend another 2 points.
I spent my
Same.
last point and got a 2 overall.
You got a 2.
I got an 8.
Oh, I got a 4.
Okay. Howie, it's all been a bit much tonight, hasn't it, Howie? That symbol, that sign, burns itself into your forebrain with a shocking clarity. You can't quite get it out of your mind, even not a lot just in the moment, but in the minutes and hours to come. You, Howie, are afflicted with the Song of the Sign. -2 to composure tests. -1 to other presence tests. You do gain a bit of an advantage, Howie. You can refresh any pool other than composure by committing murder. Discard as the recipient of an inspiration or reassurance push, or by making a steal push. Otherwise, do not discard at the end of a session. This is permanent until you receive those pushes or make that push. And it's got some hefty penalties on it. Now, obviously, we could go, well, one of the other people in the group has inspirational reassurance. They could just spend a push on. I would like there to be like a role-playing justification for that.
I wouldn't do that to you, Matt.
Right? Sure. Just for, I know my group is not the kinds to metagame this, but for the purposes of the audience. Yeah. You got the details of that one down, Inga?
Yes, I have captured that one now.
Okay. Yeah. I like, again, it's your role playing. I can imagine that, again, this might not be something that Mark and Theo immediately notice, because I can imagine that you'll literally be just like, you're not saying anything. You're not like, oh, you're just lost in the curves and the lines.
Yeah, 100%. That is just, burning into my brain, and it is just quietly making its way permanent there.
Mm-hmm.
Oofed.
Okay. All right. Is there any brief conversation we want to have about what we've just seen? Again, odd, unsettling, even if you're not Howie. But is there anything Mark or Thea wants to add while Howie gently freezes in the corner?
I don't think Mark would be saying anything. I think Mark would be staring at the spot on the closed door in front of where essentially, if I was staring at the masked figure, I'd just carry on staring where they would have been as the door closed, and then slowly I would turn around to look at Theodore and Howie, and I would say nothing.
Anything from Theodore?
I think his eyes are just darting between Mark and that doorway, and just sort of the cogs are spinning because he can't explain what's happening.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to process what is going on and what just happened. Yeah. Okay. Let's hop back to the salon, shall we? The salon is now in full swing, bonfires roaring and lanterns glimmering as a great number of people from most, if perhaps not all, walks of life stride around the park, gazing on the works and chatting amongst themselves of their strengths and flaws. The majority of them are at least polite enough to speak of the latter quietly in the ears of their companions. Among them are scattered recognizable figures from the Parisian art scene, your teachers and those who assessed your works amongst them. I would like another preparedness check now, please. From actually, let me work this out. Another preparedness check from just Blaze, actually. Yeah, and it's going to be very easy. Very easy. Marie doesn't need to make it.
3.
Okay. Both of your works are having exactly the desired effect that you wanted to give them. Marie's probably a bit more because of that rousing success the first time round. But both of them are kind of killing it. People seem impressed. You're very happy, like Blaze, you're very happy with that dry brushing you did and how it's like the bonfire light is flickering off it. Marie, yours looks like awful in the best possible way. Awful or awesome, like pagan mural set into that tree, which as night has come on and the firelight makes it kind of like dance more than creak, right? You are in fact thrilled with how these things have turned out. Do we think we've gotten over the like strange hallucinatory event earlier and perhaps centered ourselves a bit more as the evening has become more social and there are people around all the time?
Yeah, I think Blaze definitely has.
Marie's definitely trying to.
Mm-hmm.
Probably still a little bit freaked out, but yeah, she's definitely trying to.
Good. This is working out a little bit more how you planned, at least. And before long, Jerome himself passes your display and takes in both pieces as if for the first time, though he has, of course, seen both of them before. He's accompanied by a small group of admirers and friends, and he nods approvingly at your work and points out strong brushwork and composition to his companions before they all move on. A couple of his party congratulate both of you effusively before hurrying after the others. Assuming this has a good reaction between you.
Yeah, I think Marie's just mostly excited at the attention.
Sure.
It's helping to shake off a little bit of the remaining nerves from the weirdness earlier.
Because you have a card, right? You have the unease.
Exactly.
You're still, but it's helping. Yeah. Good. Okay. Moments after Jerome has passed by, you hear the bells of nearby churches toll the 10th hour. As if in response to the clamoring, the wind rises again to a piercing gust. Many artists scramble to secure their easels, and yours blazes more so than Marie's, just because it's in the tree. But you should probably grab them to avoid them tipping as well, and you have to leap to do so. The wind really rushes up quite suddenly. Are we going to do that, or just let them fall where they may? I imagine it's the former.
I'm grabbing it. I'm definitely grabbing it.
Fall into the bonfire or something. You definitely have to do less, Marie. And I want a little athletics check from both of you. It's quite easy for Blaze and very easy for Marie.
4.
That's 5 for me.
Yeah, absolutely fine. You grab both of you, like Blaze, you have to kind of like stand behind your easel and like hold it in place a little bit. And Marie, you're kind of like off to the side of the tree, kind of like just kind of hold that stream of holly there, and I make sure it's like not going to peel off. It's more that's in danger of blowing away than your actual painting. As you do so, a small party of middle-aged women huddling slightly in hoods and large hats against the southern wind stop briefly at your piece, or your pieces. One of them gasps and another mutters, "Really, that is too much, isn't it?" Another responds with, "I suppose, though they're striking, and it's always charming to see a venue represented so uniquely within a display." The latter stays a moment, troubled but fascinated wrinkle on her brow before stepping away.
Were they looking at either one of our pieces more than the other?
They were looking a little more at yours, John.
I'm gonna take a look at my piece.
Your paintings, both of them, are no longer yours. Both of them are rendered in a very old-fashioned style. Do you have art history?
I think
No.
I do then. Yeah.
Okay. The style is very much that of the early French Renaissance, a much more straightforward and picturesque fashion than you would typically use for inspiration. It's an obvious question to answer. Are you going to look at the details of your paintings?
Yeah.
Yes, obviously.
Reluctantly, yeah.
Absolutely. Blaze's painting is a study of anatomical form, but the subject is a macabre conglomeration of body parts and forms emerging from the wasted earth of what looks akin to a battlefield. To either side are soldiers dressed in something approximating medieval dress, though their outfits are also somewhat reminiscent of French army garb. In the background is a church with a familiar tower. Marie's is far less disturbing at an immediate glance. Again, in an older style, it captures the Tour Saint-Jacques on a moonlit night, much like this one. It is sparse, cold, and lonely. The church, long destroyed by revolutionaries, still stands in this painting. And at the top of the tower, easily missed on first observing the piece, stands a lone figure in what looks like a cornflower blue dress. Can I have a composure roll from both of you, please? Not easy, not hard.
That's a 6 from me.
That's a 7.
Okay, you're both fine for a given definition of fine. I can imagine Marie at least being kind of like, not again.
Yeah.
Like, I try to work with you with changing paintings, and you are not respecting it back.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as she sees that, she's going to look up at the actual tower.
The sky over the peak of the tower is difficult to see in the gathered darkness above, but after a moment of staring upwards, the pit of your stomach turns as you see someone there on the edge of the tall tower, lit from behind by the edge of a broad full moon.
Yeah, okay.
And we're going to hop back to the cabaret. It is about an hour later, after Hildred went inside. You have heard nothing, seen nothing, perhaps had further drinks. maybe enjoyed the somewhat overtly gothic entertainment of the cabaret. It's up to you how much you're in point of mind of doing that. Is there anything you want to have said or done in the interim time period, or are we simply letting time pass?
I think I'd have made a half-hearted attempt, pop to the loo, try to look around for sort of service or corridors out of sight of usual public use. But basically, I think I'm still massively distracted by the weird sight. And I figure that if we wait long enough, they must come out again. So we'll see if Laura's in there.
Yeah, I think similar. Like I think Howie has probably been reasonably quiet and not so much his chatty self during this time, but like probably almost like eyes fairly fit, like maybe not like 100% the whole time, but like always going back to that door, seeing if anyone else goes in, like almost like will he catch another glimpse of what is in there, and that the thing that he's seeing in his mind's eye, will he see it?
Yeah,
match it to the real thing that he sees, kind of thing.
A little bit of obsession building there.
A little bit, yeah, for sure. Like I think there's like half a thought of like, is there a back entrance or something? But like no, like no,
but no direct action on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Theodore, anything from you?
I think Theodore's a bit out of his comfort zone in this place. So I think he's probably, in a similar way, kind of, given his inability to explain it, a bit obsessed with sort of maybe that figure will reemerge in that spot, and maybe I think he's maybe just sort of picked up a drink and found somewhere away from too many other patrons to just sort of in line of sight of it.
Yeah,
just sort of puzzling at it, like
so a bit of alone time.
Yeah.
Yeah, away from the oddly silent Howie.
Yeah, exactly.
Your usual kind of sparring partner.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
You'd think he'd appreciate it for once, but apparently it's unnerving.
No.
Yeah. So, after about an hour, all of a sudden, the door opens and many people file out, all of them looking very struck with what they have witnessed in various ways. Some are talking excitedly, almost frantically amongst themselves. Others are running their hands through their hair and shaking their head or grinding their teeth in a perplexing fashion. Others are silent and expressionless, lost in their own world. Hildred is one of these last ones. He walks amongst the others and, in fact, past your table as if forgetting you are there.
I think, first of all, do we see that sign? Do I see that sign again?
The door, like, you don't see anything beyond the people filing out. Not as in there's nothing there. Like, it's empty. Things have been removed and taken down. I mean, if they were ever there.
I think I would glance at Hildred as he wanders past, but at this point I think I'm fixated on seeing whether Laura is among the people. So I will.
Laura is not among the people. There's about 30 people coming out from there, and Laura is not among them.
I think I will, like, especially like as soon as I don't see the sign there again, like maybe quite I guess it would probably come across quite sort of short-tempered, but like call out to Hildred, like, "Hey, what are you doing? Like, what did you see? What happened?" Don't just walk off.
Could call out to him as he walks, and I'm going to judge actually that Theodore is probably quite near him as you call out and as he walks past, and Hildred seems to be just walking past you as well, Theodore. Obviously Howard is called, but Theodore, are you going to like do anything kind of physically or say something to him yourself as he walks past, seemingly ignorant of your presence?
Yeah, I mean, I think I might try to catch him by the arm and sort of say, "Hey, what are you doing? What's going on?"
Hildred kind of rounds on you slightly and kind of yanks his arm away and goes, "What? Oh, Theo, yes, I'm sorry, my mind was elsewhere."
Did you
remarkable things?
What do you mean? What things?
It doesn't matter. What?
But did you speak to anyone? Did you learn anything? What?
No, it was just a performance. No. I'm happy for Howie and Mark to have maybe joined the conversation by this point.
And Laura was not there?
Laura, what do you mean? Oh, yes, of course. No, she wasn't there. It was just a performance. Felt like no one else was there. But no, she wasn't. I didn't see or hear anything about her. I'm sorry. I'm just.
What the devil's wrong with you?
Nothing. I'm just terribly tired all of a sudden. Perhaps the drink has gotten the best of me. I'm off to bed.
Well, you don't care about where Laura is now?
I'm sure she's fine. Give my best to the others at the salon. I'll see you soon. I'll see you all soon. He turns and...
Better see you at breakfast in the morning as he walks off, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
I think the man's losing it.
Yeah.
Well, he was highly strung to begin with.
Well, that makes it that just makes it weirder. Like going in the way that he did with that energy and then coming out like that. That's
Matt, is the people filing out of the room, are they slowing to a trickle? Is there...
They probably moved past now.
Right.
Everyone was leaving and Hildred stayed behind to talk to you briefly.
Okay.
Everyone has left the room, from what you can see, and the door has closed.
presumably we didn't see Marcy filing out of there.
No.
I think Howie's like is annoyed. There's things are wrong. Like I think I might just try like just getting up and like going up to that door and trying to like seeing if I can just like walk myself in. Now that whatever's over seems to be over.
You try the handle on the door. The door is locked.
Can I give it an aggressive shove? Like,
oh yeah, you can give it an aggressive shove. Yeah. Are you properly trying to immediately batter it down, or are you just kind of like just testing it?
Like, I mean, like batter it down maybe feels a bit strong, but like I'll give it like a proper like shoulder kind of shove. Like trying to like just push it, like
absolutely
heft it open. But yeah,
you do so. Yeah, if you're giving me a proper, give me an athletics check. The difficulty's going to be on the harder side, but not impossible.
Sod it, I'm going to go all in on my athletics. Which gives me a 6 because I rolled a 1.
Okay. The door, like, yeah, you basically break one of the hinges on the door and it kind of like rebounds a bit on you and you like kind of stand back to it and immediately a man nearby dressed in the garb of an undertaker goes, Monsieur, what are you doing? Get away.
I'm just going to walk in. the guy from the undertaker guys are the guys like in the main room.
They're like waiting. Yeah,
behind me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just walk in.
How he snapped.
You walk into the room. It is a small performance room. It's quite similar in the kind of feel to the room above the Nouvelle Athènes. There is no one in here. There is a doorway in the back that looks like, it leads back to like, a staff area or outside or something along those lines. There are kind of small stools on the floor that everyone was sat on. There's nothing else visible. There are now several individuals kind of like walking up behind you going, Monsieur, we must insist that you leave. You're lucky we don't call the police.
I'm going to make a beeline for that other door on the other side of the room.
You make a beeline for the door on the other side of the room. It is open, and you open it. Outside is what looks like an alleyway at the rear of the cabaret. a quite hefty man dressed as a monk, like stands up closely behind you and says, "All right, out that way. I don't care," and like shoves you to like go out into the alleyway. Are you like resisting that, or are you letting him just push you out of the door?
No, I guess I'll let him push me out the door. And
okay,
like
he does
yeah,
that and immediately slams the door closed behind you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, is there anyone else? If I kind of follow down the alleyway, to look like anybody else might have come out this way, or there's just everything's normal again now, but outside.
There are no clues to be had. There are no. It's just an alleyway. Back inside, Theo and Mark, a gathering of individuals have come up to you and go, "We've thrown your friend out already. Fuck off!" And are like hustling you towards the front door. They're very angry. How he just broke a door for seemingly no reason to them.
Theo's not going to put up a fight, and is kind of bemused about everything that just happened.
Absolutely. I'm happy for you to reconvene as Howie finds his way back to the main street from the alleyway outside.
I mean, I'd maybe want to just smooth things over if I could with like a bonhomie and a push, maybe just clear the air a little bit, you know. But nothing. I'll be going out. I'm not
sure. As you get hustled out, then a man in, you know, the original one who yelled at Howie in the Undertaker dress says, "Look, fine, you aren't barred, and neither is this one. But your friend's not welcome back here. Now, please leave."
I'll leave. Yeah.
Okay. You will reconvene in the street outside.
There's that American subtlety once again at work.
Should never have let Hildred in. Like, we got nothing. We didn't. There's no connections. We didn't see. We didn't see Laura. Like, we just Hildred's done whatever is going on with him right now.
Look, I understand your frustration, but you're not going to get back in there. Fortunately, Mark and his silver tongue have ensured that he and I can at least return if we want to.
Like, I mean, why do you want to go back there? Like, these performances seem to change around. We didn't get anything from that place. Like, what's...
I love that in this moment, there's obviously an element of massive frustration with Howie at this seeming dead end. But also, isn't there an element here of the growing addict about it? Howie needed to see that symbol again.
It's also an amusing reversal of Theodore being more optimistic and Howie being cynical.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to draw a veil entirely over this thing, but if we go anywhere next, where do we think it will be?
It would be the salon, I think. We've drawn a blank here. Laura's not there. Okay. Yes, let's meet up with the others. And
I'm so glad you said that, Steve. Back at the salon, Blaze and Marie, what are we doing?
As soon as Marie sees the figure, she's going to take off running to try and go up the stairs.
Okay. Do we think that Blaze... I'm happy for you to make the connection, because you're probably going to look at the painting as well, right? And see what Marie is doing. Yeah?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Running.
Okay, are you going to follow Marie?
Can I have a vague idea of how tall the church tower is?
You absolutely can. It is... let me actually try and get that information directly. Do I have the... hang on. I am... One of the reasons I will look it up directly for you is because I am genuinely terrible at estimating like distances. I'm really, really bad at... It is 52 meters high, which is 171 feet, if that is your preferred method of measurement.
My preferred measurement is lengths, so it's about a full Olympic length.
Sure. It's tall. You know? Yeah.
Too tall for me to conceivably shout up.
Oh,
so
no. No, absolutely. Especially not with the wind.
Then I'm going to set off running with Marie.
Okay. Both of you reach the base of the tower perfectly fine. It's not like cordoned off or anything like that. Part of the displays are near that base, and you easily make your way to it. In fact, materials have been stored inside the base, and you can see an entranceway to the stairs is open under the solemn gaze of a statue of Blaise Pascal. The base is actually like it's like open, sort of. Obviously, the corners aren't; they're holding up the tower, but it's like an open area with the statue inside and the stairs over to one side. As you are passing through there, can you both give me a sense trouble check, please, on the slightly harder edge of things? If you have any sense trouble left. I know this is a stat that a lot of people burned at character creation, and I suspect people might be slightly kicking themselves about that now.
So
7.
4.
A 4 and a 7, okay. Marie, you don't notice anything. Blaise, you notice someone standing, lurking in the shadows on the other side of the tower base. They're not making any move to the doorway. They just seem to be standing there, like watching people, and they watch you as you pass by as well. You briefly, mid-run, recognize the Italian man. I'm guessing that this is not going to stop you right now.
No.
Okay. So, you both enter into the base of the tower. There are multiple sets of long spiral stairs in a semi-darkness lit only by the lanterns and the fires below. It takes a few minutes to ascend. The flickering illumination from the lanterns and bonfires of the salon dancing through the stained glass windows to cast odd, shifting shapes on the stairs and walls. Echoes of revelry and conversation mix strangely with the gathered wind outside the tower walls, until the combination of light and sound and the sickening lump of anxiety in the pit of your stomachs gives you the peculiar sensation that you are not climbing, but instead descending down below Paris, beneath the soil and corpses and bedrock, to a place of fire and noise. Could both of you give me a relatively standard athletics check, please? How did we do there?
3.
That's another 4 from me.
Another 4. Okay, John, unfortunately, you, my friend, have earned yourself a card. Probably stumble. Like, the immediate thing that leaps to my mind is you are running up a set of spiral stairs. You're going to trip and really probably leather your knee or your shin on a stone step, right? And you have an abrasion. Non-lethal. What non-lethal means is that this can't be a card that pushes you over to your 3, right? So it doesn't matter right now because you've only got 1. Roll a die before making an interpersonal push. On a 2 or less, you can't make the push. You discard this next time you take a physical test. So it's not a rough one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This damned feeling that you both have recedes as you emerge. Probably Marie ahead because Blaise stumbled, right? Gasping and stumbling onto the roof of the Tour Saint-Jacques. Up here, the amber light is gone. Ooh, we're getting some heavy typing there.
Sorry. Yeah.
Up here, the amber light is gone, replaced only by the blasted white glow of the moon and stars overhead. The wind is a low animal scream that pushes at you firmly and stings your face with cold fingers. A head stood at the precipice by the towering base of a statue of St. James, the patron of pilgrims, is your friend. She is facing your way as if she knew you would arrive. Can you both give me a composure roll at a standardish difficulty, please? Hitting the composure rolls tonight, folks.
That is a 5.
Okay.
That is a 3.
Okay, you have earned yourself another card there, Blaise. Clearly, perhaps the stumbling has, left you reeling a little bit. You now Sorry, every time we get one of these cards, I just have to open them in my browser so I can share it. Because opening all the potential ones would be browser hell. You are struck with pity, John. Lose 2 health and 2 composure when you make a push. You receive this card through concern for another. You can discard it by at least partially alleviating that character's distress. Okay. Laura's at the edge of the tower. You have emerged onto it. What are we doing? It's okay to not do anything in this moment.
She's just like stood at the base of the tower.
Well, yeah, at the edge.
At the base of the
yeah. And it's like, it's not a small tower. You know, she's not easily in reach of you. She's probably about 20, 25 feet away at least.
And she's looking at us.
She's facing in your direction. You can't really see. It's dark, right? It's only lit by, it's full moonlight, but it's still, you're not close enough to really see her all that much. All you can tell is that at this point is that she's facing you. It's okay if people want to like just kind of freeze in this moment. Like, what the hell do we do? You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Marie would basically just call out to her and just
say her name.
Yeah, just say Laura. Yeah.
Okay. Similar kind of thing, Blaze, or just nothing and letting Marie.
Same thing.
Okay. Are either of you approaching in any way, like slowly or not at all, or fast? Like, what are we doing? Just physically.
Marie, I think, would be slowly approaching.
That makes sense. Okay. Blaze, are you following or staying back at the entrance to the stairs?
Blaze will follow.
Okay. Both of you are now a bit close enough to see Laura's face. As you kind of take a couple of steps towards her, you can see that her eyes are closed and her face is a rioting blur of shifting expressions of terror, confusion, and awe. She speaks then in a voice that is loud enough that you can hear it above the cacophony of the wind, but certainly not like you have to kind of strain to hear it properly, you know? Georges should not have looked, and then I should not have followed him. If you have any wisdom or decency left, you should not follow me. All of us have fallen foul of the most terrible folly. We all share in the guilt of what is to come. Are either of you responding in any way to that? Questions or reassurances or...
I think Marie's going to be a bit kind of even more put off. Like this whole situation is bad, but even more put off by like how disturbed Laura seems to be, specifically by what's been happening.
Yeah.
And is probably going to be a bit lost for words at that point, but it's still kind of
creeping forward. Yeah, Blaze, how about you?
I think Laura, whatever George did or you've done, we can undo it or stop it or whatever needs to be done.
No, you don't understand. You should. Change is coming.
It.
Change is coming. The wheel breaks. No one can imagine what lies beyond the Delta. Not even him. the lake below, the black stars overhead, the city of lights. They are drawn to a single point, but nothing is safe from the storm. Again, a pause. Reactions? It's okay for the reactions to be nothing.
I'm just trying to
Just
take
carrying
notes
on.
of what
Sure.
is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marie's still gonna keep moving forward slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, is gonna say this is all so confusing. I don't know how to explain what I've seen, and it seems like you've experienced things that you can't explain either.
Anything from you, please?
Does she still have her eyes closed?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try move past Marie as quietly as I can and try and get to her quickly.
Sure. It's still going to be, I mean, if you're trying to do it quietly, it's not going to be quick, but are you kind of trying to just take a bit longer strides? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. As you start doing so, she speaks again. He wields the storm. He is the storm, and the storm is about him. He is coming. The king in yellow has opened his tattered mantle. There is only God to cry to now. Laura opens her eyes, and both of you, but also you, Blaze, who are a few steps ahead, freeze in place. Your blood runs to ice inside you as you see that her eyes have become twin white suns, hovering in the darkest of voids. A brief smile crosses her features. No more masks. And then she is gone, stepping backwards off the tower so cleanly and silently that for a moment it seems as though she was never there, until you hear the screams from the park below. Theodore, Howie, and Mark, you arrive at the edge of the salon, and as you do so, you hear an eruption of cries and screams from somewhere inside the park. And like the mass of people there seem to sort of move and congregate towards the base of the tower.
Just stop.
Try to head over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The salon seems to be in uproar. Many people are surrounding something on the ground. As you approach, you see that there is a woman sat on a nearby bench, spattered lightly with blood and moaning loudly with every outward breath, as several others gather around and try and calm her down. They are focused on her, but she seems to be staring at something in a bank of nearby flowers. And kind of, she's struggling to breathe. She's struggling to do anything but let out this really quite jarring and unpleasant, kind of harsh moaning noise.
Looking over to the flowers.
There is a severed foot laying in the bank of flowers. Is anyone, attempting to? Are you attempting to approach what people are gathered around? Or, I mean, you may well have a certain suspicion, being in front of a very high place. I don't know. It's up to you, but you probably may not have a suspicion who is lying on the ground.
Yeah, I think before going to that, I would maybe try and see in the crowd if I can see Blaze or Marie first.
Absolutely.
Which I don't.
Okay, how about Mark and Theodore?
Yeah, I think Theodore, out of curiosity and just given the whole reason we're here is to try and get information about what the hell is going on, and it's so far more questions than answers. He's obviously going to move towards this commotion and try and figure it out.
And Mark, sorry, you may have already responded, but
I would follow. If Theodore looks like he's heading towards the epicenter, then I would, yes, walk behind him. Maybe put a hand on his shoulder. Just walk together.
So, you would have to push people aside and kind of like really wade through to get properly close. But what you see from glimpses from people moving around is a form on the ground at the base of the tower, wearing a cornflower blue dress that's soaked through with blood. Can I have a composure check from everyone but Howie, please? The difficulty is hard, but not astonishingly hard. And that includes, Marie and Blaze.
I am now out of composure. That's a 4.
Okay.
I spent 2 points. I got a 6.
Okay.
I'm now out of composure as well.
It's a 4 total for me, and I'm tapped out as well.
It's a 5. I think I already tapped out.
Okay, then Marie and Theodore are about to receive a card. I am afraid. Let me just get this one up for us. Stunned and saddened. You will lose 1 composure at the end of each scene in which the deceased is mentioned. At the end of the session, if you have more composure in your pool than any other player character, discard this card, but you will keep it if that is not the case. So for those of you who have
any
other player, if you have no composure left, you're not discarding this card. But as long as you have enough more composure than any of the other players, so you only need to not be at the bottom.
Oh, I see. I thought it meant you have to have the most composure of the group.
Does anyone have composure left?
Yeah, does anyone have composure left?
But it won't matter.
I'm at 0.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if everyone's at 0, then
we're
this
all
card
at the bottom anyway.
Yeah, this card is moving through to the next session. But
can you show us the card so that I can take a screenshot?
I've dropped it in Discord.
Sorry. And just let's move around and just get a quick check on how many cards people have right now. I definitely don't think anyone has more than 1 physical card. Could you raise your hand for me if you have 2 shock cards, please? Marie has 2 shock cards. Okay, just that. I thought it might be someone else as well. All right. Obviously, this is the time then to be cautious, because a 3rd shock card means Marie will no longer be with us in future sessions. Okay. Let's I don't think I need okay, yeah, that's good. So, up on the top of the tower, Marie and Blaze, I don't want to particularly dwell on what's happening on top of the tower. Do you feel that either of you are coming down the stairs at all yet? That's fine to just draw a line under that if the answer is no.
It depends how long it's been. If it's still within a few minutes, she's probably still looking over the edge, just kind of stunned.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely within a few minutes.
As soon as Blaze comes to his senses, he will pull Marie away from the edge. Because she doesn't need to look, basically.
You can't see too much from up here, but yes, of course, the idea is there. Okay, let's move to down below again. As Theodore and Mark stand there, kind of realizing what has happened, and Howie is just still obviously knows that something awful has happened, but is a little bit away near where the kind of moaning woman is. Suddenly, without any warning, there is first one and then two loud cracks of noise. It's up to you. You can hear this on top of the tower as well. It's up to you how well you think your character would recognize gunfire. Because
the American recognizes gunfire.
Sure. Before there's any real time to react significantly to this, the crowd is sent into an uproar. The salon utterly dissolves into a swarming mass of panicked bodies, some falling to the ground. You see at least one older man howling in pain from being trampled on. I do want to know how you're reacting, but not as much as I want you to make an... oh, that's a composure roll. That's interesting. That makes sense, though. A composure roll, please. The difficulty is kind of standard. But I know it doesn't matter because none of you have composure. But Theo, Howie, Mark, if you could roll composure against this, please.
It's a 3 for me.
5 for me.
A 1 with my -2 to composure that I have at the moment.
Sure, yeah. Howie, I think by where you are at the edge of the crowd, they basically pull away and just knock you aside, right? They really kind of like batter you to the ground, essentially. And in fact, you're underfoot for more than about 10 seconds or so. You're in quite a lot of pain. Sorry, what were the other numbers from Mark and Theodore? Mark was 5, right?
3 for me, 5 for Mark, yeah.
Okay. Mark, you managed basically where you are, maybe you're near a tree or the base of the tower itself, and you manage to kind of like flatten yourself against it and escape the crush of the mob, kind of washing away from you. Theodore, you get knocked to the ground almost immediately by a group of younger people, and then but you manage to scrabble to your feet fairly sharply and find your footing again. So these are 2 different cards. Let me just verify that I've got the right ones for the different people. Yes, I do. Alex, you are going to be black and blue. Do I still have them up? I do not. This is what you have, Alex. +1 to tolls. Don't worry about what tolls are just yet. We'll find that out later. Discard when you take a major injury. So if you get a bigger injury, this one goes away. It also is not, it just goes away at the end of the session as well. And finally, Howie, and boy, are you having a night. You are badly beaten. +2 to tolls. So again, we'll find out what those are later. After 2 intervals, so intervals are usually like if any time passes in the story, or if it's like a story that lasts multiple sessions, you trade this for black and blue as if you get a difficulty 4 first aid success performed on you. So that's that. But it also just goes away at the end of the session because we don't use intervals so much because my stories are 1 session each, right? So, yeah. Okay. Having said that, after that initial thing, after Theodore has picked himself back up, after Howie has probably rolled or crawled under a nearby bench to try and hold yourself in pain, Mark, you're fairly free to do what you're doing. Is there anything you're trying to do while the mob kind of reels around and desperately tries to run from the park?
I'd be wanting to look around to see if I could see. I think I probably recognize gunfire. Mm-hmm. Looking around to see if I could see the source of it, or if anybody else is standing around and just out of place, looking like an instigator essentially, or standing out.
Sure. Yeah. I'm happy to say I can clearly say you do not. There is no chance to see anything like this until it's cleared out a lot more. What about Theodore?
I think Theodore's just focusing on putting distance between himself and the source of that sound, because I think he's smart enough to in the full context of the scene, realize it's probably someone shooting, and everyone else is panicking anyway, and it just seems like a bad spot.
So you're just getting distance. Maybe you're running over near like the edge of the park.
Yeah.
Howie, do you think you're doing anything other than trying to not be trampled?
That feels like a pretty good place to put my attention. Yeah.
Okay.
Not getting trampled further.
All right. Within a matter of, let's say, 60 seconds or so, the park is almost clear. Because people are just fleeing, rightfully frantic for their lives. Anyone still standing who has not fled? And obviously I'd say, like, Theodore, do you stop at the edge of the park, or are you gone?
I would stop out of sort of concern. Like, I'm trying then to relocate Mark and Howie in the chaos.
Sure. So Mark and Howie, you can see the scene after more very clearly, and Theodore maybe a little less so. Up on the top of the tower, where did staying or descending meet the gunshots? You know, what are you still at the top? Like, if they're shooting, maybe you don't want to come down, or are you on your way down now? You know, what's happening with that?
Blaze's impression would probably be to stay at the top of the tower, and would also probably is there like a not a parapet, like a ledge?
Yeah, and it is
edge.
like a parapet, a rampart if you want. Yeah, there's it's not terribly high. You wouldn't want to, like, you know.
That's fine. He will pull Marie further away from the edge and down. Like,
sure. So yeah,
he knows they're
no
high up,
stray
but it's like you hear gunfire, you take cover.
It's a valid concern. Yeah, Marie, are you? Blaze has been quite. What's the word? Concerned with you. It's up to you. You know.
I think that Marie is kind of. Yeah, she's gone into shock.
She's just letting letting Blaze take care of the situation, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem. Okay, down below, Mark and Howie can see this clearly. Theodore a little less so. A chaotic and miserable scene has been left behind. The old man is still sat on the ground nursing a broken arm. The bloodied woman is still sat on the bench moaning. And there are now 2 bodies to be seen. Only about 20 feet away from poor Laura lays the body of a man. There is noticeable blood on the ground around him. Mark is probably best placed to act at this point if anyone wants to act.
I'll go over and look at the second body, the man, I think.
It is the Italian man. Do you have first aid?
I do. Sure. I mean, if there's a roll, I'll
make a not entirely challenging roll.
I've got 2 points in first aid. I will use them both. I rolled a 4, so that's a 6.
Yeah, he looks like he's been shot twice from behind, once in the neck and once in the head. Can you give me a... You know what? I think we've had enough checks tonight. I don't see what it would be adding to it. And you don't have 2 cards anyway, so it's not like you could be tipped over the edge by this, right?
No.
I'm probably slowly hobbling my way over towards Mark. If you'll see me approaching, but it's probably pretty slow.
Yeah, once I see you, I think there's nothing I can do here. So I'll aid Howie and.
And Theodore, you kind of come back to the scene, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, like I say, there's a hurt old man on the floor. There's the woman covered in Laura's blood who's still kind of gasping and moaning on the bench. But otherwise, most people seem to have beat a retreat. There's no sign of Marie and Blaze that you can see. Is there anything Theodore is doing in this moment?
I think he's too shocked to really do anything sort of productive or insightful, but it's probably just going to say, look, I don't know what's happening, but we should leave now. We don't want to be here. Something's. There's someone out there with a gun shooting people connected to us, and we should leave. Okay.
Matt, for confirmation of the.
What about Marie and Blaze? Where the hell are they?
Well, they're not here. There's no good to be done here.
What are you saying? Sorry, Steve.
For confirmation, this is the second body is Louis Marcy.
No, the Italian man, the man you were speaking to in the alleyway.
Yeah. So there goes our promise of information in the morning.
Oh crap. Okay. Then I think I'll just yell, actually. Blaze! Marie! Are you here?
Blaze and Marie, do you think you'd still be on top of the tower or kind of coming down at this point? Or
I think there's been a few minutes since the gunfire passed, and I would probably check to see if Marie is injured and check to see if she's able to come down.
Physically, Marie is fine. Yeah. Okay. So you think maybe on the way down?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd be on the way down.
Okay, you hear Mark, or a voice that sounds like Mark calling your names.
Mark, we're up here. Is anyone hurt?
We're fine. You should come.
Okay. A few curious bystanders and several bolder returning salon goers are starting to wander into the park now that the danger seems to have passed, murmuring quietly to each other in horror. Among them, the only individual you recognize is the sculptor Rodin, who has taken off his long coat and draped it over the shattered form of Laura Hilton. The cracking and guttering of the bonfires is loud and sharp in the shocked near hush, until the shouts and footfalls of the approaching gendarmerie fill the air. The next morning, in contrast with the last few weeks, is watched over by a bright, warm sun that has finally burned away the early June clouds. You emerge at last from the central prefecture on the Ile-de-Cité, the gendarme having decided to simply round up everyone still in the park and question them one by one through the night. They seemed mostly satisfied with the answers you provided. And what were those? I don't need it in detail. What did the gendarme learn from you? Anything beyond the direct experience you had there?
You've already said they were satisfied, which leaves a wonderful loophole open to me to say something absolutely ludicrous. But, but I won't.
I told them there's an evil play cult roaming the city.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Marie would have very shakily told the police that they'd been looking for a friend, Laura, because she was due to be at this submission, and she wasn't there, so they were looking around to try and find her.
Basically, the story of what has happened with the weirdness stripped away.
Exactly. And they found her at the top of the tower, and she jumped off. Not sure why.
Does anyone say anything to contradict that or to mark you with any kind of link to the Italian man?
I saw the Italian man at the base of the tower,
so
and as far as I was concerned, he's still a threat. So I will mention him, and I will link him.
Sure.
That
you know he's dead, though.
Yeah, I know he's dead now.
Okay. Yeah. But you say you think he's still a threat, but he's dead.
I meant they met him in the alleyway where he said we'll work together.
Yeah. So,
we haven't.
Yeah.
As far as
But
I'm concerned, up until his death, he was the scary Italian man who may have killed George Fulia.
Okay, so you mentioned that.
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned that you knew him, and you have a link to the dead man.
Nailed it.
It's important to remember, and you will be aware of this, that policing in this time, not nowadays, is more about finding someone to pin it on than it
That's
is
true.
necessarily about finding the person who did it.
I think Blaze can be slightly naive, but I don't know if he's that naive to tell the police too much.
If you want that, I'll accept that. And it's not going to change what immediately happens now. It's just being stored in the memory banks for later. That's all.
No, I think I'll say that I saw the victim lurking near the tower.
Okay, but you don't
I'll say
mention
nothing else.
the link to George, the link to...
No.
Okay, that's fine. Does anyone else vary with the accounts from Marie or Blaze in any way? Steve's looking pensive.
You see, I was tempted to say that to drag Louis Marcy into it, and that the Italian man had stopped working for him, and that there was a threat potentially. So that was kind of where I was going with that.
It's valid to try and pin it on him.
I actually like that angle quite a lot.
Yeah. I'll mention Louis. I'll link the Italian man and Louis Marcy.
Okay, but also, of course, that links you with the situation in the minds of the police. Like I say, it's not going to affect what happens now, but it's in the databanks. But that's fine. Okay. Mark is more honest with the police. A classic error. So, outside the prefecture, sat on a bench and looking very somber, is Jean-Leon Jerome. He fastidiously and nervously grooms his moustaches with one hand, the other on the silver pommel of a walking stick he did not require prior to last night. On seeing you all, he gets to his feet with a little difficulty and hobbles over to you. Good morning. The gendarme said there would likely be no need for bail, but I wanted to wait and be sure. What a terrible, terrible event. Awful. And that it should happen like that on a night so many young artists saw as a chance to show themselves to the world. Well, I just wanted to reassure myself that you at least are all in good health. Poor Miss Hilton. One could never know the mind of another, I suppose. And that gentleman shot, there's no sense to it. The school will notify her family. I told the office I would take care of the letter myself. If you would like to pen anything, just let me have it by tomorrow at noon and I will ensure its inclusion with my own. I intend to keep the workshop in the diaries for the end of the week. It is important to keep working even when it feels like we should be weeping inside. Especially then. Good day. He tips his hat to those of you he is less familiar with. Messieurs. Jerome limps away, the rapping of his cane on the cobblestones, sounding like the ticking of a great stone clock as you stand looking at each other, stunned and bereft in the sudden summer heat. I think that's our longest session so far, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's tomorrow here. Okay, there we go. That's session 4 of the Yellow King. If you've got any comments or questions, please sling them into the chat. We'll rattle through them a bit because we're running late. But otherwise, let's get the nonsense blurb done. There's links down below. Check them out. You know what they are. Mondays is Call of Cthulhu, Massive Now, Thotip. Wednesday is Simbaroom. Alternating Thursdays is the Yellow King. We do one-shots now and then. There'll be one probably at the end of November, which will probably be Electric State. There we go. The fastest I've ever done it. First, as is traditional on the Yellow King, are there any comments, questions, things that leap out at you from the wonderful players who indulge me so for these Yellow King sessions? John?
A retroactive last action from the night before, because when I came down, I would like to treat the old man with the broken arm.
Absolutely. Do you have first aid?
Yes.
We're not going to make a roll. Yeah, you put his arm in a sling and helped him, and he thanked you effusively. Have we got anything from anyone else? We're looking a little shell-shocked.
Yeah, big
That's
oof.
fair.
Big,
Yeah.
big oof.
Not great.
Indeed.
And I'm sure everyone grasps why there was the trigger warning at the beginning of the episode now. Yeah, I wrote this and was like, oh, this is a bummer. Why does my brain do this? But yeah.
I mean, we also kind of know what we're getting in for, right? Like, this was not pitched to us as like a happy-go-lucky campaign where only like rainbows and sunshine will happen.
Yeah. You jump into Matt doing cosmic horror, you're gonna get burned a little bit. So yeah, it's been.
It was great though. Like it was a great episode. Like yeah, it was.
That's good because otherwise, you know,
what's going on?
I've put you through the emotional ringer for nothing. Yeah. Anything, Lee Pat? Like, you know, I hope. Go for it.
I was going to say one housekeeping thing, which was that the second injury that I picked up, black and blue, does that go away at the end of the session?
Unless it had continuity written on the black and blue. Yeah, it goes away at the end of the session.
Okay,
I think there was only one or two that don't go away at the end of the session, right?
The first one, the stunned and saddened, has its special composure rule, so that doesn't.
Lose one composure. Oh, no.
I assume my unnerved one goes away.
I think so. The actual stunned and saddened thing is confused. Here's where it becomes confusing. I have kind of nerfed these cards by doing one story per session. So when it says at the end of the session, if you have more composure in your pool than any other player character, discard this card. Here's the thing. Cards go away at the end of a story, not a session, but my stories are sessions. So in other words, unless it has continuity on it, it goes away at the end of our streams. So this
in
goes
that
away
case,
with
the badly beaten is after 2 intervals. Is that the same as a story?
That will also go away. I think the only one that doesn't go away is Song of the Sign, which is the brutalist one. But that kind of makes sense. That has continuity on it, and Howie Drummond is going to have to deal with the consequences of that in the next sessions, arc, story, campaign, and hope that goes away. And hope that goes away at some point. Anything else from?
Question on that, like potentially semantic point, but the thing about murder with the pool of one of the things, like an angry like lash out that kills someone, like is killing versus murder question basically. Like how premeditated is this?
I mean, if you I'll make it a murder versus manslaughter thing, right? So if you and how this works is if you do something and that leads to the consequence of someone dying, but the thing could be reasonably expected to not lead to someone's death, to not have the risk of that, then it does not count. If you do something, even if it's not intended to kill them, but it could reasonably be guessed to kill them, then it is murder. So, for example, if you leave something somewhere and it accidentally falls off the side and hits someone, that's manslaughter, right?
Sure,
but
I was thinking
if you punch someone in the face and they fall to the pavement and crack their head open and die, that's murder. Even though you didn't kill them.
That was the kind of thing.
Like,
especially with the headspace at the moment where he is kind of angry and stuff. It was like
at
if he
first,
ends up beating shit out of someone. But...
At first, I legitimately thought you were going to be like, does the door count?
No. I wasn't trying to play you for points.
No, I know. It's just it leapt into my head, and I was just like, Inga isn't about to ask if the door counts as murder.
I'm concerned that this topic is even being discussed. Why are you discussing what counts as murder?
Yeah, I would like to clarify. I would like to clarify.
If tomorrow it's morning, we've had a big night. If Howie is like, I could really murder a sandwich right now. Like, is that going to count?
Yeah.
I would like to clarify, when I was laughing earlier, I wasn't laughing at the semantic difference between murder and manslaughter. I was laughing at Steve's absolute outraged and very concerned look.
To be clear, Steve, just so I know, are you asking that because you're now worried that Howie is going to take advantage of that card, or I don't know if it's still in your head that there is a thing on the card saying that you get buffs from killing people?
I'm kind of concerned that
right. I mean,
yeah,
you've got the card, right? It would be
my
churlish not to take advantage of murder if it gives you something.
Suddenly, Howie slips off during the night and comes back looking refreshed.
Yeah, good stuff. Anything else from the players before we dip into chatting anyway? Nope, they're probably quite tired. John, is there anything from the chat we want to flag up?
We had this from 4242.
Exhibiting, that's nice. Call me when you sell something. Blaze's parents, most likely. Strong Jack's character's uncle vibes I'm getting from Blaze's parents. If anyone remembers the old Call of Cthulhu that Johnny did back in the day. I can't remember what Jack's character was called, but
was it Melvin or something?
Melvin. It was Melvin. Or was the uncle Melvin? Let's talk about this for a couple of hours.
Leave a comment on the if you know.
Leave a comment telling us our own material. Next, please, John. 42 again. The Great Pottery Throwdown has taught me that clay takes days to dry, and even when you think it's dry, it's not. I don't know what that is. Is it basically a pottery equivalent of the Great British Bake Off?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
That is exactly what it is. Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Yep. It's very good.
Good.
We had it still started by 4242 conversations of what the brown liquid
glass of
in
gravy
Sarti's glass could be.
He's French. He's from France, not Lancashire. And I'm from Lancashire. Before any Lancastrians get up in arms, please. Bovril, perhaps. Yeah. Maple syrup when craving something sweet. Maybe it was. It was definitely alcohol. It was definitely alcohol. Yeah. Nice few callbacks in this one. I liked bringing some people back, making some little references. I can even tell people what the piece Sati was playing if you want. And I know because I looked what he wrote in 1895. Yes.
Of course.
This is what I do.
Yeah. Go. What was it?
It was Gymnopédie number 2 that he was playing.
Presumably he didn't. Did he turn up to the cabaret as well? And try, I guess he didn't come in and try and
no,
his way
he
in
didn't.
the end.
He didn't in the end.
Got too drunk,
definitely not because I forgot. He's an unreliable type. You know what I mean?
Got lost on the way.
He's a weirdo priest costumed pianist drunkard.
He wasn't the guy dressed as the monk, was he?
The reveal. Yeah. I like the way that things are linking up because each of our episodes has felt very almost Monster of the Weeky, right? Like X-Files Monster of the Weeky. And now it's kind of like slowly meshing and no one likes it.
You have form for that kind of thing, don't you, Matt?
I don't know what you mean.
Cincinnati Chronicles.
Don't know what you mean. Everyone should watch Cincinnati Chronicles.
I did feel slightly guilty that we might be like, where do we stand on subjecting historic characters to
sure,
cosmic horrors? And
that's the beauty of this. The further it goes on, the more any historical errors don't matter, because I'm like, why do you think that the same things would happen?
Yeah.
Now that reality is being shattered,
torn asunder.
Yeah, which is great for me and my personal sense of veracity. Yeah. We got anything else, John?
Yeah, I would just like to file these next 2 comments as evidence should anything happen in the future.
Steve, still not entirely sure who's under the most threat. Yeah, like I was maybe the person sat at the table with a friend motivated to murder. Okay. Next session is just Mark versus Howie in a gladiator pit, I think. So I think I was really happy with this, and I got the impression it might work, and then I felt it did, but only the players and the audience can really tell me. I think I've rarely been happier with looking at a session after I've written it and going, I think the tension in this ratcheting up is going to lead people to be like, what the fuck is about to happen? Because it's like the entire session is waiting for the shoe to drop, right?
There were a few shoes that dropped.
That was not I didn't mean that to be a pun or a joke. But
and now we've got Hildred to worry about.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure Hildred will be fine. No one here's read Robert Chambers' work, right?
Well, that genuinely, I was like, I mean, because Mark had Mark was the one who had the flyer, and Mark was the one who was like, "Yeah, go on, there you go, Hildred." It was like, okay, fair enough. Like, I mean, if Howie had that flyer, I don't know that he'd have handed it over to Hildred. If on the one hand, like, there's a clear kind of GM kind of, there is the meta sort of.
Yeah, I wanted Hildred to go in there, but like, hey, as always, like, I try and direct the flow of traffic, right? And I don't know if it's to my credit or to yours or to both that often those things really align. But like, if you try hard to break that flow, you know, if the dice are with you, it's going to happen, and then it's improv time. So
I sensed that certain things had to happen. I'll put it that way.
If one of you went in that fucking room, you'd have had some rolls to make. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm also partly just super curious about what that would have looked like. But, you know, the last episode, how we ended up in the shitty situation with the near miss on something like this.
Yeah. You were nearly in the sarcophagus. So
I'm sort of waiting for the day where one of his players goes off into a creepy cosmic horror room, and Matt just goes, "Okay, you and me are hopping on Discord. Everyone else wait here for us."
It's not as easy to do that on stream for sure, but I've done similar things before.
Actually, that was one of the things with Howie, because like obviously there was a bit, especially with Radon coming back around, because he was the guy who was like, the healthiest thing you can do is not go down this path, put it out of your mind, do not do this. And like there was like that was kind of where Howie was at, like, because that was after episode 2. That was episode 2, I think. So episode 3, like Howie was in a point where it was like, do I go down this, or do I follow that advice? And ultimately, obviously, still did go down, and it didn't end terribly well for Howie.
No, and you know, is Radon even following his own advice? That last line, if I say so myself, don't worry, none of this is real.
Yeah, I was also super curious because like we'd seen him painting the thing which had the king in that was the king in rags painting. I think
it was a regal looking figure dressed in yellow robes. Yeah. So I was curious, like, was that at the exhibition? Maybe even, I don't know whether it probably wouldn't have been at this one, because this one was the exhibition for like up and coming, like new students. Radon is he's not a massively famed artist like Jerome, but he's a guy.
I wasn't sure if it was like the students plus others.
No, it's all like the junior. It's like I said it's like the Youngbloods section of the Golden Demon competition, a reference that everyone understands. But yeah. The actual full Salon National will be another thing entirely, and maybe Radon would have something to display at that, but perhaps even this painting.
I mean, all of that like concern of like should I or should I not go down is wiped away. Howie is full on obsessed now, so fun times ahead, I guess.
One of you snagged and loved putting someone who can give us answers in your way, and then shooting him in the back of the fucking head. So
I mean, as soon as you were like, "Oh yeah, let's catch up tomorrow," like I knew he wasn't fucking making it. Like, come on. We're not going to see Hildred at breakfast either, are we?
I'll give you everything you need. I just need to go out of sight for a bit. Yeah. I just need to go round this corner.
Just out of render range.
Yeah. It's the hot fuzz method of providing NPCs.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Grand. Well, if there's nothing else, then, folks, thank you to my players as always. I know we talked before; these sessions are monsters. They're more like one-shot length sessions.
Yeah, they're definitely, yeah.
They definitely are. You know, for clarity for everyone not here, it is now 20 past midnight. But it's fine. We don't have anything better to do. So thank you, like I say, to my wonderful players. Thank you to you in the audience for enjoying this, whether you do so live or otherwise. We will see you very soon. Next week we have Call of Cthulhu, right? Is Call of Cthulhu on next week? Yeah.
Should be, yeah.
Simbaroom is on next week, but Yellow King is alternating weeks. So we'll see you in 2 weeks because these are bastard hard to write. So yeah, we'll see you in 2 weeks for more Yellow King. Until then, take care, stay safe, and enjoy yourselves as well. Why not?